Yeah, now I'm trying to create the. Can you see if she launched it?
Well, I can. She'll just be watching it on YouTube. Google Hangouts on air, video conferencing, and you can stream what you're doing right through YouTube, so anyone can watch it with the link.
Yeah. Yes. I never noticed anything blows my mind every day. So we don't have class that day. Yeah. It's very good.
Hello, how are you? What's that? Yeah. Yeah, that's the last day. Hello, how are you? I'm good.
Let's go on vacation. I don't know. I wanted to interject, but then I was too late in passing. My mother was wrong. So, yeah, I'm so much interested. He probably listens to me. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. I had it in my mind, but half of last class. Sure. Like, it was like last class, five classes. Okay. I feel like it's fine. I'm gonna be here when you leave, right? She's energy, just like she thinks. I was like, she's very strong, and she likes to swim there. But she like, very good at first. And actually five keys. But she was always to play with, so, to hear about them, to try to partner when I was like. 10 or something. And then like I tried to push her in. She has like, it's fine, it's still on second. That sounds good, so but she was fine, she like, and she was talking about it.
Do you want us to bring up the slideshow now?
I just did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And now I have a question. The nearby lesson that I'm doing,
Mm-hmm.
the video, it doesn't let me play it, but it lets the students play. Is that how it's supposed to be? It is.
Yeah.
So everyone's just gonna be watching.
Everyone will be watching.
Should I log into your platform here?
Um,
Will that be?
let's get it all set up. Let me just try and hurry. So here. But actually, we have some time because I'm going to do something first, and then I'll have you guys come up. So we'll try to take a break right before
Okay,
you
yeah,
guys go, and then we can get all set up. Wanna- Hello. How are you? At a walkway marathon. What did you? It was a. Yeah, really cool. But I just got. I ran the full that day. I went for my Boston qualifying time, and I held my pace through like 19 miles, and then I was just like, I'm done. But it was a good event. It was fun. It was.
There you go. That'll bring it up. That's what I'm doing. Oh, wow.
Hello.
What was the previous one? Yeah, I know, but it works because of the content. Yeah, well, and I guess the issue. Yeah, I was saying it was so fine, all of the guys Yeah, so I put that online. So is it just? That's fine. It's just the only time. That's what it's about. Yeah, so I don't know where it originated from, but we saw live, sorry. Yeah, very. I didn't believe it. So
Teachers and students are both using,
I was just checking. I wanted to make sure everything worked. All right. All right, I have some links on today's activities on Blackboard that we'll need. I'm gonna get started now because there's a lot I'd like to do. I'm sure there's a lot of questions that people want to be answered, and we have presentations and we have all this cool stuff. But I focus on making the interactive classroom, but I would like to segue into that by first talking about social media in and out of the classroom. It's an interesting topic. It's often up for a lot of debate about using social media in the classroom. There are many positive aspects to it. There are the negative, which we can also discuss here. But it's a powerful tool in the classroom because social media does not just mean Facebook and Twitter. There are some other things that could use as well that could be monitored by the teacher and for the students, but also to use as an educator as well for your own professional development. And I was doing this anyway, but after reading through the discussion boards, and this week was good. This week was really good. There's some fantastic posts and contributions to the discussion board. But multiple people brought up the idea, which is a definite reality of the time crunch that teachers have, with everything just being more and more being shoveled on their plate to be able to deal with, and technology being just another thing that's added to the mix. I did respond. There is a definite obligation by schools and by districts to provide professional development on the integration of technology and to recognize it and bring it in, especially when it comes to assistive technology. Those are some eye-opening articles and video, wasn't it? It's often we don't, when we talk about technology, we don't think of it, using it in that way. And I thought that was good for the third week discussion board. But what I was saying, a lot of people brought it up, wanting to include it, and teachers need to incorporate this into their classroom. And I mentioned it before, but I think it comes down to mindset. When you look at technology as an add-on, it doesn't become a priority. Also, you brought up, there was a great thing in the video, and some people brought up, well, I don't know how to digitize teachers don't know how to digitize their worksheets. And when you look at it, and when you take that statement right there, and you think of the mindset behind it, and I'm not blaming people for the mindset they have, but I'm just saying, you're looking at it to take what you already do and add technology to it. So when you approach things with those mindset, technology is not a priority. What you already do is the priority. Technology is the added-on burden. If you look at it through a different mindset, how can I use technology, number one, to reach all of my students, the scaffold material, to give them a voice. If you look at that, and how can I use technology to alleviate all the pressures that are on me, and to deal with all the added things that are thrown on my plate as a teacher. When you look at it that way, you start approaching it a little differently. And like I said, I firmly believe that districts and schools should have professional development, but there's only so much that a district can do. Just because I am now, after spending, 12 years in the classroom and now as, years as a professional developer, technology is always changing. There's always going to be a new app. There's always going to be a new program. But if you can develop teachers to start thinking with that new mindset and look, here are some different tools for how technology can be used for collaborative learning. Here's how technology can be used to enhance the classroom experience. Here's how technology can be done for that. You get them thinking about incorporating technology into the teaching, and then it becomes easier to go and research and provide some professional development on your own. We've really stopped in our district teaching how to use specific applications and programs. We'll give video tutorials on this is how you do it, this is how you set up an account, this is it. But we'll develop the ideas behind it and integrate it into teaching, and then teachers can develop it. I mean, most people are familiar with smartboards. You can show a teacher how a smartboard works, but you can't show a teacher how to make it interactive. You can show them examples, you can give them things, but you can't sit there with a teacher every lesson and say, this is how you make it interactive. Because people brought it up, it was in some of the readings, Dr. Duhaney's reading especially, how the smartboard just replaced the blackboard. And that's all it is. But speaking of developing the resources, we're going to look at social media today. So for those of you that do not have a Twitter account, you'll be walking away with one this evening. Yes. Yes. You don't have to use it. You'll experiment with it tonight. You can always shut it down. But it is a fantastic professional resource. And I will show you that. So let's talk about using social media in and out of the classroom. So I have a lot of things going on. So I'm streaming this live to people that could not be here that notified me about it earlier. So hopefully things will go quick. If not, I'm just going to shut down the live stream and we'll go from there. But look at things. Why should I use social media as a teacher? So let's start by looking at social media from a personal perspective as an educator. There's a few things. Keeping up to date and keeping current, especially with your colleagues. Social media allows you to connect not only with people that you know, but educators around the world that are in the same position as you and are looking to do things that you want to do. And by keeping up to date, you can also create a professional learning network. Professional learning networks are very, very valuable. Of course, there are professional learning networks or professional learning committees, PLCs, a lot of schools. Is anybody's school pushing for PLCs? Well, you will be hearing a lot about it, especially getting requiring teachers to meet online and also at times during the day to develop a professional learning community where they can share resources, they can explore things, they can explore test data and scores and different ways of addressing different needs. But you can create a professional learning network through social media. And we're going to be looking at on Twitter tonight because there are professional learning networks out there that you can connect to and be part of. I know every Sunday morning I participate in an EdTech chat on Twitter, and that just is inspirational. People talking about what they're doing, what they'd like to do, and you learn so much. And it's also a great way to communicate with students and parents. A lot of schools have been going through a switch and embracing social media. Most schools now are opening up Twitter accounts and tweeting as a school building and as a district, a way of connecting to parents very easily. A lot of teachers are using Twitter to connect with parents and to connect with students. So it really is a valuable resource. I definitely like Twitter over Facebook for a variety of reasons. Facebook I do not think is a good social media platform to work with in schools and with students because, Facebook, you have to friend someone and then whatever that friend does shows up on the wall and they can comment back and forth. Twitter, you do not have that. You can choose to follow someone or not choose to follow them. They can follow you. So if I'm a teacher and I set up a Twitter account, I have people follow me and I do not follow anyone else unless it's a professional thing that I want people to see on my Twitter feed. But other than that, anytime someone looks at my Twitter feed, all they see are things that I put out there. All right, so you can control your environment much easier in the Twitter world than you can on Facebook. So these are a variety of reasons why you should use social media as a professional resource. So looking at the different types of social media, we're going to look at two things this evening. We're going to look at Twitter and we're going to look at Blogger. All right, two different tools, Twitter, Blogger, and actually Weebly. Tools that you can use as a professional and tools you can use with your students. So Twitter, by following other educators' tweets, we can get current with the latest trends, the news, and happenings in education, as well as communicate with fellow educators. Things are changing so rapidly. And then there's so much uncertainty out there about what's going on, especially nowadays with VR and everything that's going down. New modules coming down from the state, especially dealing with elementary social studies. And you look at all these initiatives, things are changing on a daily basis. How can you keep current? Are you going to sit there and wait for that information to be disseminated from you from somewhere up above, maybe in a faculty meeting, or are you going to be proactive and be current with it? You can follow New York State Ed on Twitter and get all their updates. You can follow anything that you want and get the latest updates. It's really current and it's really a good tool to use. You can get things happening in PBIS. You can get anything you want just by following it on Twitter. So what Twitter has built into it, and I was going to show this Jimmy Fallon video, but I'm not because I have too much to do. But by using hashtags. Has everyone seen that Jimmy Fallon and Justin Timberlake hashtag? It's hysterical. But what is a hashtag? What is it?
A shortcut to an APR.
Yeah, that's really what it is. It's a keyword search. So hashtags, if you put in hashtag and anything that follows it, anyone else that types in and searches that hashtag will see every post that someone made that includes that hashtag. That's a cool thing. Because as you start following professionals in the field and different things, if you hashtag what they're about, you will see all the latest feeds that someone is hashtagging. It's also a great thing to have discussions with your students. You set up a hashtag for your discussion, and students just have to go to the hashtag, and they can follow along and add. They don't need to add you as a friend on Twitter. They don't need to follow you. They can just respond in the hashtag. It is great when you are at conferences. Every conference that I've been to in the last probably about 3 years has a Twitter back channel to it. So as a conference is going on, there's a hashtag for that conference, and people are back channeling. Like we did in today's meeting, but people are back channeling on Twitter. And that stays there forever attached to that hashtag. It's really, really cool. So we're going to be looking at some different hashtags that you can follow. I also created a hashtag for the CVG class, and you're going to do a little creative writing activity using Twitter. So it's really, really neat. I'm a big fan. It took me a while to really adopt Twitter, but once I realized, and I was at conferences especially, and I saw all the power of it, I was immediately turned on. And I think as a professional, you need to have a professional Twitter account to keep current with trends in education and to connect yourself with educators around the country and around the world. We should not operate in a bubble, always trying to reinvent the wheel every time we're doing something. Connecting through social media, you can be with like-minded people wanting to do like-minded things and share things. I've gotten so much from people that I've never even met before, but just following them on Twitter. So I put up some popular education hashtags. First thing we need to do now is set up a Twitter account. So if you do not have one already, you should set one up. I did put a little video tutorial if you need to watch it on how to set up a Twitter account. But if you'd like to set up a separate one just for your professional life, Twitter.com. If you feel very uncomfortable with Twitter and you do not feel like creating an account, you do not have to. You can follow along with us up here. But it's really a great tool.
For the what are you interested in? Like what's good for?
just, you can go through or you can skip it. No, it doesn't really matter. It will set up things for you to follow. I usually just put news names or things. It could be whatever you want, or you can just skip past it. It does choose, you could skip if you want, or it can verify your account by phone. How many people, this is your first Twitter account? Oh, so you have your account already. Okay. You can. You got it. Should be a way you can
Okay.
I have one bar and so I have two bars now.
All right, now there's two. You got this verification?
That's what I always check first draft.
That's my sister.
Did anyone have trouble getting the phone number? There should be a search button. There is, I don't know why it's not showing up.
Let me see how it goes. Oh, yeah, just like the
Yeah.
What'd you just do? Yeah. That person that came up.
Weird. What's the goal? Oh, so you have one. Good deal. Oh, but you're in. All right, well, we can keep trying. And if you want to look on for now with Nicole, that would be fine. All right, so a few things for people new with Twitter. You have your web-based and your mobile-based Twitter. I find actually using it on a mobile device is easier, but you have your Twitter account here, and you can see here. One thing I say, when you set up your Twitter account as a professional, one, include some picture of yourself or something that's important. Do not leave a little egg there. Also, write a brief biography about yourself, of your professional self. Because as you start following people, it lets them know who you are, and they would choose to follow you. Anytime someone chooses to follow me and they just have the egg and there's no write-up about them, I will never follow them, and most people will not follow them because they don't know if that person's just trolling around or what it is. But if you can, I do recommend putting a brief little bio for yourself. What's also great about Twitter is you can customize your newsfeed. I equate it to being getting delivered whenever you want a newspaper with only the headlines that you want to read. So by choosing who you follow determines what shows up on your Twitter wall. So you can customize it. If you start following someone, you can always unfollow them or block them. You just do not want to see the posts anymore. But you can look at, it really keeps you up to date and keeps you current. So tells me that I'm following 396 people. There's 302 people following me. I've tweeted out 352 times. And you can see here on my Twitter wall how it's really tied to education. Because this is my professional Twitter account. And I can follow a lot of things and get up-to-date resources or things that are going on. It's really, really powerful. Again, in a moment I'll direct you to the link, but talk about hashtags, looking at communities and hashtags. If I search Twitter for a hashtag EdTech, and if you'd like to do this as well, I will get a list of everyone who's posted something with the hashtag EdTech. In the search, you put it before, so right up here in the search bar, I put a hashtag EdTech. And I can see here everyone that has included that hashtag. You can see people hashtagging multiple things. So iPads in the classroom, if I want to read a little more about that. And what's great is you only have 140 characters to get something in, so you can read through it briefly. Like, this is a great thing, you know, hashtag with EdTech, but Mindshift, which is a great group to follow, Google GMath add-ons. Like, I know about Google GMath, I actually learned about it through Twitter, but someone else has posted it. So I can be like, oh, I'm a math teacher, let me see what's going on in EdTech. And all of a sudden I see, oh my goodness, I can add on something to my forms where I can put in formulas. Great, so you can search Twitter and search hashtags for a lot. I mean, you search hashtag Common Core, hashtag ELA, hashtag differentiated learning. Whatever you would like to search, you can find it. So it's a little bit about how the hashtag works. If you look in today's activities on Blackboard, I did put in a link to a shared folder that, so it would be in classroom activities with some popular hashtags that educators can follow. So if you want to take, it's in your, where did I put it?
It's right there. It's the first line, right?
No, but that's not, is that
It's just 2 documents.
is that the one, and is that the right, was that Twitter stuff in there?
No, it's not.
No, did I not share the right? No, that's not what I want. Sorry, hold on. I thought I shared it. Let me. Actually, let's do it this way. If you all can follow me, so search for WCSD Tech DR. DR. Oh, don't look at that yet. That's for tonight's lesson. But what's that? Follow me, because what I can do now very easily is I'm going to tweet out the link to it. WCSD Tech DR. DR. We're going to be doing something with my dog. I didn't just, it's actually also in your smart design shared Google folder, but I would like to tweet it out to you. So now I can go to Twitter. And here we go. I can there, you should all get it now on your wall.
What version you were saying?
What's that?
It was in the shared folder.
It was in the shared folder. You can look at it there. But I did, there's popular hashtags that you can follow. You can open it in your drive if you want. Or you can, there it is. So very easily through Twitter, I can share resources just by pasting the link. So I'll give you some time to look at hashtags.
Yeah.
I also put in a link for, I think it's 30, presentation I have or found for ways of using Twitter in the classroom. So that's something you can look at as well. You go home, go home. I just tweeted it out. This is your page, right? I just tweeted it out. You can search for WCSD CatVR, or you can look at, click on who you're following. Yep. And then there it is. So if you want to look at some hashtags just to get an idea, these hashtags can really help you create a professional learning network with other people. There's also, as you start following them, there's Twitter chats, where people will participate in Twitter chats, and they'll designate them at certain times. Really great thing. So you can just sit there and follow along a chat, or you can participate in it, and you can really get some fantastic resources here. And it makes it very easy to share and collaborate. So you always have, when you do the search, you always have to put the hashtag in. And you get everything right there. It's
Is there a way to like save the hashtag?
It's always saved. You can save that in popular searches. Yes, you can put things in your popular searches. I'm also going to show you something called like Twitterfall, and there's also like third-party apps that you can use that will store all your searches. Go back and forth. I won't go there with you guys. Too much. Let's just do. But like I have like what's called Twitterfall, so I can search between hashtags on the screen, and then I get Twitter. We're going to be using Twitterfall tonight. What's that? I can, Twitterfall, I can set up my searches. Like I always search these common hashtags, and just by click, it'll go hashtag, and it'll give me everything there. So yes, you do see some options when you're on Twitter. You have the option to like something, which always is good. Retweet will take someone's tweet and you retweet it out as yourself, giving credit to the person who tweeted it. You can send direct messages to people. I won't go in to all the ins and outs of Twitter unless anyone has a question at some point. But by using hashtags, you can really get some powerful things on Twitter. What's that? It gets better. Like when you first get into it, you spend
Every time I'm like following someone, I'm like, oh,
you spend a lot of time. At least for me, I spend so much time like on it. Now it's like, all right, I've become better at managing my time. But honestly, it's become the first place I go when I want to research something that's current or I want to follow something and figure out what's going on. I do go to Twitter. So I do have a little classroom activity that we're going to use. So we'll do the classroom activity first, and then I'll go into everything else. So we're going to use something on Twitter, and we're going to use Twitterful. So what I would like to happen right now is everyone is following me, correct? All right, good. I want you to search for a hashtag, and let me pull it up on my Twitter account here. I created a hashtag for this evening's class, and the hashtag is Winston's Epic Day. There's no apostrophe in it. Winston's Epic Day. Yes, he is named after Winston Churchill, one of my favorite. So this is my dog, Winston, and we're going to do a little creative writing about Winston's Epic Day. So, this is my favorite classroom. But we're going to work in groups because we're not going to do it individually. So this will be group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, and back. What you're going to do is you are going to write a story about Winston's Epic Day. Each group can only add a sentence, and you have 140 characters in Twitter in order to get your message across. So what's going to happen is you are going to start with the opening line of the story, and you're going to post it. Once you see it on your screen, you guys are going to get together, and you guys are going to add the next line, and you'll add the next line. When you type it in, all right, you're going to tweet it from yourself. So you're going to go up to the little compose message over here, the tweet, and you're going to make sure you write your sentence, but then put the hashtag Winston's Epic Day. So after anything, you can put it before you write, you can put it in the middle of what you write, anywhere where you put the hashtag is fine. But you have to include the hashtag. All right? So you guys can get started. Take about, we're not going to make this long, 3 minutes. You guys can get together and do the opening line of Winston's Epic Day based on this picture right here. That is your prompt. He's tired. So I'm just saying, when you have Winston's Epic Day, you're hashtagging it to put it onto this Twitter feed. So
you're saying that each response is 140 characters, or all together we only have?
No, a tweet can only be 140 characters. So you're doing the first line of the story, the introduction. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to wait. So you guys.
We have 130 characters left. I don't know what's the name. Okay, so. So you don't do the sentence, they're already, you're already a story.
You're writing a story. So just like you got, I mean, some of you are very creative with your storybird stories. So I'm expecting a little creativity from my wonderful puppy here. Who's my puppy? It's gonna be 9.
What type of dog is that?
A Wheaton Terrier.
Are you ready to off my own?
It's like a sheepdog.
A little bit. He doesn't shed. So if I have allergies, so he's perfect. He's 35 pounds, so he's not a little.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's kind of tiny now, 35 pounds.
About this tall.
How old is
He's
it?
gonna be 9.
It's really pretty. Oh, but it's okay. Some people might get- There you go.
All right, so let me know when you post it. It's posted, so you might need to refresh your screen. Let's see. It should come. Not there yet? Did you put the hashtag in? Did we spell it right? All right, come on. Come on. This is not working like I had planned. This is weird. It shouldn't matter. Why isn't it? It should just pop right out. Very strange. I wonder if it's.
We just sent something? Yeah.
I wonder if it's something with the network here. It's not. But you guys were able to get on it, right? Well, this isn't working out as I planned. But this does work. I do not know or can begin to say why it's not working now, but it's a cool thing that we've done with creative writing is using a hashtag. And we've actually done creative writing assignments with students from other schools in other parts of the country by giving a writing prompt and going back and forth with the hashtag. So what would eventually happen, and I do not know why it's not popping up right now, but it will show up underneath here, and you will keep seeing the different things added onto it, so you can collaborate and build a story together. It's just a neat little Twitter activity that I wanted to show you. And what we use in the classroom when we do it is something called twitterfall.com. So you go to Twitterfall, and then you just search for the hashtag that you want to follow. And then it will bring up all the things right here in a row, so it's easier to read. Twitterfall is also a really great tool if you want to look at current events, because you can put in a search for, I remember we did it with Arab Spring, and that was happening a couple years ago, all the revolutions in the Middle East. And we used Twitterfall in a social studies classroom, and we would put in keywords to search, Egypt, revolution, what was going on, what the teacher wanted to look at that day, and we'd see all the tweets that were coming in about that topic. And then we were able to read through the students and get a perspective, a worldwide perspective, what's going on. If you look at Twitterfall too, you can geolocate things. So if you click on geolocation, it will show you on a map where the tweets are coming from. So when you're searching current events and you're doing something like that, it is a great resource. Now, mind you, there's not going to be a filter here. What's coming in on Twitterfall.
Somebody else has went through.
Dave's went through?
Yeah.
It took me like a couple minutes though.
So I'm wondering if it's just something slow in here that's preventing this from happening. Oh, one new result. There it is. All right, so it does work. Thank you, David. Yes, he was quite shocked. So you can see how that little back and forth exchange could go on. Other things under a hashtag, as we're studying different things, as a teacher, I put links to where I would like students to go. I remember when I was working with a teacher and we were teaching, it was a civic action class. And what we would do for the research assignments to give links is we create a hashtag and we put all the links under that hashtag. It's very easy to get the resources out to all of the students. Now, not going to be doing it that way in the lower level, this was upper level, but Twitter does have some applications that you can use in the elementary level. So if you wanted to do a creative storytelling with another class in another school, you can use the teacher can use their own Twitter account, and the students can add things to it. So it's really, I still am wondering why yours did not go through, Julia, but some really neat things about Twitter and using social media. I can go on, but that's the basic, and I did give you a presentation that you can look at 35 ways you can use Twitter in the classroom, but it's really, really a fantastic tool. And there's other, so I use Twitterfall. You can look at something called Visible Tweets, visibletweets.com, or just Google Visible Tweets. And then instead of coming up in a line, it will show you, it'll come up like a word cloud, all the tweets that are coming in. So it's also a good student response system if you wanted some feedback from your students. Any questions about Twitter? Really a powerful tool. Next thing would like to talk about is something in Google called Google Connected classrooms. So Google Plus and Google Connected Classrooms is a great resource for you to bring others into your class. I'm actually doing a Google Hangout right now. We did it the first week. Google Hangouts is a web-based video conferencing system, which you can just run through Google with your Google ID. You don't need anything special to set it up. And you can video conference in your classroom without any outside support. You don't need any tech support. All you'll need is a webcam and a microphone, and the person on the other end needs a webcam and a microphone. You can connect with people using Google Plus and going to Google Connected Classrooms. They have something that, part of it, which is called Mystery Hangouts. Did I tell you about this? Mystery Hangouts is really cool. You can post, I would like a mystery hangout with a third grade class. And what happens is the teachers connect, and you don't tell the class where the other group is. So working on geography skills, they have to use question and answer to figure out where in the country or where in the world the other school is that you're connected. Google Connected Classrooms is a great resource, and it's part of Google Plus. So what is Google Plus? If you are signed in with your Google accounts, you can go to plus.google.com and it will take you to Google Plus. This is their social networking page. What you can do is look for Connected Classrooms Workshop. I also put the link for it in today's activity. But this is where you can go to if you'd like to connect on social networks with other educators that are using Google. So I'll give you a second to look over this as well. Oh, they won't let you on with your new false ID?
I'll use another one.
Here's another one you can get in, but if you can't, through Google Plus and Connected Classroom Workshop, I've become involved with a group called Global Nomads. Social studies actually, it's good for all levels. I'd write down Global Nomads. It's a great resource. This is a nonprofit organization that goes throughout the world and tries to connect different classrooms based on big ideas. They have year-long projects, they have individual projects, they have opportunities for educators to volunteer. Just for an example, this past year we got into a Global Nomads discussion on gun violence throughout the world. We were paired up, it was one of the high schools I work with, a school in Virginia Beach, a school in Rwanda, a school in Pakistan, and a school, oh my gosh, I can't remember, somewhere else in the world. And we had a big discussion on gun violence in the world. Expert speakers were brought in from various universities, and the students all worked together for a couple of weeks, sharing and writing and creating different things about gun violence. And then just to bring attention to it, the most powerful thing was, could you imagine what the reaction was to our students hearing the impression of gun violence from students in Rwanda and Pakistan? It puts a lot of things into perspective for these kids. So being able to connect that way is fantastic. And we were connecting through Google. Really powerful things. That's Google Hangouts and Google Connected Classrooms are really a powerful tool in bringing in social media in the classroom, bringing forth relevant issues, connecting with people throughout the world, making your classroom authentic, and providing real learning opportunities. We posted on Google Connected Classrooms before. Look, it started out, a French teacher wanted her students to be able to work with native speakers. So we posted something on there. We wound up, this was a couple of years ago, and wound up connecting with a high school in Belgium that we've been connecting with for years now. So it started with just Skype, started with just Google Hangouts, but then we used something like Schoology, and we created a group that all the students from here and the students from Belgium can enter the one learning management system, and they collaborated and worked on projects together. And they did all this stuff. They used Google Hangouts, they used Google Drive, they collaborated on different things. So the students in Belgium can work on their English, and the students here can work on their French. And we had all these different presentations that they would give, and they would work once or twice a week with the students from Belgium. So it would always be the first thing in the morning for us, and at the end of the day for them. But it's really, the whole world is at your fingertips through technology. A lot of the big video conferencing providers, Hall of Fame, National Archive, the Baseball Hall of Fame, National Archive, a lot of things where you used to have to get this video conferencing equipment and wheel it into your classroom and set up all these calls. They've all moved over to Google Hangouts or something similar. So you can bring in experts and do virtual field trips right from your classroom with your Google account. Amazing. It's amazing to see what can happen, especially when students understand how that works. We have elementary students just within our district, third graders working together. And when they have to work on the project, they get on their iPads and they do Hangouts with the kids in another class somewhere in the district. Pretty neat stuff. Yes?
They just kind of set up like Twitter, so they kind of.
What's that, the Google Plus? Yeah, it's kind of, once you post something, it goes up on a feed, and it's kind of like a Facebook, Twitter type.
So like get the connected classroom.
Search for it. Or did I gave you the link to it, but if you just want to search for a Connected Classroom Workshop. Yep. And you actually, yeah, that's the join. So this is that you'll be allowed to. And then you can see everything that comes up on there. Maybe go up on high school English teacher, you see I mean, there is, if you're looking to connect and broaden your horizons, you can go through Twitter, you can go through Google Connected Classroom. So using social media in the classroom is a powerful tool. All right, any questions thus far? Cool, there's other things that I would like to share with you as well of using that social media in the classroom. So when you're using it, often, and I think we've talked about this, what kind of things we want to deal with in the environment we envision in our schools, especially when we're thinking about educating the 21st century learner. There's always something I have in my mind, and I think of a kindergartner sitting there in a chair, all right, coming into school, sitting there, and then looking at down here after graduation, and that kindergartner now is walking out of the school system. What kind of skills does that student need to have in order to be successful? So technology skills are very important. And we look at what's happening, how do we address technology usage in the classroom, especially things with social media or using their own devices, which is a hotly contested topic. I think using social media, maybe not the public Twitter and so forth, but other kinds of social media could be used, and it's appropriate in the classroom to model the appropriate use of social media for students. to educate them on those skills, finding activities, finding a forum where they can be safe using social media, and then you can model the appropriate behavior. Another great thing about it is receiving that instant feedback from students. I mean, getting that data immediately when you need it is a powerful, powerful tool for a teacher. You can adjust your instruction on the fly to address different needs that pop up in the classroom. You can sit there you can look at it afterwards as you're reflecting on what you've done that day and what you're doing in that unit. Is it working or is it not working? You can get your impressions from it, but when you get that data and that interaction with students, you can actually see what is working, what is not working, what concepts are they not understanding, how can I approach it different, what students need scaffolds, what do students need support. Maybe you would realize, they're not working well in this environment. Maybe it's working for some and others. I need to differentiate somewhere else. So that instant feedback is important. And like we said, connecting to your world and incorporating that 21st century learning into the classroom. Our classroom has to change. We talked about it. Does the classroom now end at the door? Does it? No. Because you have all these tools to connect with your students anytime, anywhere. Not saying you should be connecting with them outside of school, but you can provide the resources and the instruction and make things accessible for them, which once you get used to working in that environment, isn't an incredible burden for you as a teacher. Because everyone now, when you're doing lessons, are you creating them on a computer? I mean, how many people are handwriting all the materials you need to teach? How many are gathering stuff in big folders? Anyone? How many are doing all their work on this? So if everything's all digitized, give it out there. Make it accessible. Find out what's appropriate, what works for you. For one person, it might not be the same thing for another person, but you can put it out there. I've been working with teachers for a long time, and there's been a big shift from, everything has to be done in the classroom, because that was the way it's always been done, but it was also an idea of control in classroom management. If I am controlling my classroom by having them listening to me in front of the classroom talking, where it's a lot more difficult if they're doing their own thing, but are working collaboratively. But now teachers have been switching over, and a lot of teachers are not lecturing at all, or they're doing their lecturing differently. All their presentations are put on beforehand. Students have access to them. Teacher will discuss it, do activities around it, do some collaborative learning experiences. But why do you need to hide the notes from the students as you're going through it? Because you need them to write it down. It's just something to think about. Some things that you need to take notes on and get the skills, but other things that you not. Give them the notes and make them do something with it. You can create these types of environments. So before I go, any questions? One of the greatest social media tools, and what you can get started at any age, and what I'm excited to show you is blogging. Anyone here have a blog? Nice. I have one. I go through spurts of updating it for technology, but it comes and goes. But blogging, reading and writing has been transformed by the digital age. Everything is instantaneous. In fact, social media and blogs, communication is now more instantaneous than ever. Things are so current now. I think the thing I always go back to on web-based resources is Wikipedia. How many people have heard never use Wikipedia as a source? How many people agree with that? It used to be that, well, don't use Wikipedia. Anyone can go on there and change it, put whatever they want. Of course they can. But what you see happening is the more collective the knowledge is, the more accurate and current it becomes. Once I found out the British Museum had archived all its collections on Wikipedia, I was like, this is a great source. Of course, no source shouldn't be used on its own, and they should be investigated. But Wikipedia now is the most current and up-to-date news source that's out there. So with information being instantaneous and things become public, students blogging is a powerful thing, especially when you look at the Common Core standards for writing, especially Standard 6, which requires students to use technology to produce and publish writing and to interact and collaborate with others. There's nothing more authentic than taking student writing, publishing it, and allowing feedback from others. We worked on a lot of different blogs at different levels. I worked with from kindergarten up to 12th grade for different purposes and different things, and it has been the most tremendous experience, especially for the younger ones. When they are publishing to a blog, and they know they can go home, and their parents are reading their writing, it's amazing. When the parents comment on their writing, amazing things happen. When classmates comment on the writing, amazing things happen. Got inspired to really pursue blogging with students after this young girl in Scotland, I think she was 8 years old, and she started blogging on her own, when it wasn't a school assignment, but she started her own, this is what I had for lunch blog. And she would go in and write about her school lunch every day. This is what I ate, I liked it, blah, 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 and started going. As you watch the progression of her blog, the more followers she started getting, the better her writing became. Because now she was realizing, oh my goodness, I have all these young kids, all these people reading my work. I need to make sure it's top notch. And you see the progression of her blog go, the writing becomes better. She starts researching different things. She's like, I'm going to vote, this is 3 stars, this is 2 stars, this is healthy, this is not healthy. And you look at the progression of her writing, and it got so many people following her blog that her school tried to shut it down. So you can't do that, you can't write about the school lunch and all this stuff. And you guys ever hear of Jamie Oliver, the chef? He's a big chef, and he's into, one of his big things is healthy eating for kids. He started following the blog, he started speaking up for it. They embraced it, it's gone worldwide. Now she goes around, I think she's like 12 now, goes around with Jamie Oliver. What's that? And talks about healthy eating. But to watch the level of her writing grow as more and more people were following her blog was an amazing thing. And then to transfer that over in the classroom and creating that format for students, it's great. So I want to show you some examples of student blogs. I thought I would go with 5th grade because that's kind of in the middle of the two things. But we use Weebly. A lot of teachers use Weebly to create their blogs, and that's what you're using for your wiki space. But what's really nice about Weebly is, as an educator, you can create a protected environment. So let's go to Samantha. So if I click on Samantha, immediately it's going to prompt me to enter a password. So this isn't public on the internet. It's password protected, which is great for younger students. As you get older into high school, you might want to reconsider and look at the culture in your school or what's going on and making them public, but that's another discussion. But let's look at student blogging. So this is what we did. Working with the teacher, I talked about blogging, the benefits with the teacher. She was really, really excited. So I said, well, what do you want to get out of it? I mean, what is the purpose of it for instruction? Well, she wanted them to be able to give their thoughts on their independent reading books anytime and have students comment back and forth. I'm like, great. And we were also thinking, you know, I'd also like them to be able to help one another with different things. So we came up with the idea of having a math blog, where once a week they would have reflections of what I learned this week in math, what I think I can do well, and what I think I need help with. Then we said, okay, so we have the two things. We have our reading, we have our math strands of the blog. And I said, you know what? Let's give them their own blog page. Said, you have a blog page to do whatever you want. Of course, it's all framed, and we handed out what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and all safety stuff and whatever, and really set forth what would be appropriate, but we gave them their own voice on their blog, which was probably the most amazing part, because they were blogging all year long on their own. This, once we modeled it in class, or at least for the fifth graders, this was not done in regular class time. All their reading posts, instead of keeping a reading journal, like most classes that they've done before, they now did it online, and they were working on it from home. We brought parents in, we created videos, showed parents had access and helped their kids with the blog, and they started doing it on their own. They do their math blog on their own. The only thing we did was once a week, we said we had 20 minutes, teacher gave 20 minutes for them to open up their classmates' blog and comment back and forth with each other. And that was just amazing. So we can see, you know, the blog here. Some of them, I have to say, are much better than others, but you can see here, you know, if you look at her reading blog, it has, this is probably not one of the best ones, but you get the idea. I'll show some more, but what's really neat about creating student blogs, especially using Weebly or Blogger, which is the Google blog, recommend Blogger for older students, Weebly for younger, all your blogs are archived. So you now have essentially created a digital portfolio for your students of their writing for the year. So any writing assignment you have, you can publish to your blog. Now, you guys all here, we started working in Google, right? So if you do a Google Slides presentation and students work with it, what can they do with that slide presentation? They can share it and embed it in their blog. If they do a storyboard, they can put it in their blogs. If they create a digital movie, they can publish it to their blog. So not only do they have a place to showcase their writing, but they have a place to publish all their work that they do throughout the year. They love it. Remember when we did it with first graders using the Weebly app on the iPad? They were able to go around, take pictures with the iPad, immediately upload it to their Weebly blog, and write about it. So we introduced it one day. Took, you know, probably about 45 minutes to get all the kids. Came back the next day, and the teacher and I were looking at the blog. What's going on? When did we do this? Kids went home and first graders started blogging on their own. They could not wait to do it. So you're looking at the aspects of social media with blogging, but you can protect the environment that the students are working in, password protecting. So see if I can find another one that's a little more. So this is on the teacher's webpage, and I'm feeling good about Brandon P. And parents can access it. A lot of teachers then started creating their own blog so they can post their classroom updates. So this is Brandon's blog. So I have a math test tomorrow. I've been doing good in math, so I'm confident that I will succeed. Test is on decimals, which we go over every day. Then we get homework on it. So I think I will do good at it. He's very modest too, can you say? Math is great. I think I'm amazing at it. So I think I'm better at multiplication than division. Math may not be my best subject, but I do good at it. But we can look at some of the comments. Math isn't my best subject either. Try studying, you'll get better. But you can start seeing a little taste of the interaction that students have. And of course, their personal blogs are usually a little more developed than very modest student, but we can see here. And what's neat about, What's neat about this is you can set up moderation for comments as well using the Weebly blog. So the teacher will have to approve the comments before they can be posted on the blog. We actually left it open. We cut out moderation because we wanted to teach, this was 5th grade, and we wanted to teach appropriateness and modeling appropriate behavior using social media. So pretty neat. I know there's one that's,
And the teacher responded to,
yes.
so like, you know that she's like there,
Mm-hmm.
like.
Watching, and it's I think it's Alexandra, this might be the one. She has 2 cats, Calvin and Hobbes. She loves writing. Yes, this is it. Oh wait, no, let's blog on my hobbies. Oh, I forget which one. But what a lot of kids did was really neat is they wanted to cook. You know, that was a lot of kids say, I don't know, it must be the whole Food Network phenomenon. But they wanted to cook. So they would go home and they'd research recipes and they would make them with their parents. And they'd post pictures of themselves and the recipes on their blog for people to share. But you're creating just enjoyment for writing. Which is really something we forget. Like, things should be enjoyable. You should be looking forward. So you can use it as a publishing piece, and you can use it for creative writing and expression. So that's my little spiel about social media in the classroom. So using Twitter as a professional resource, using Google Connected Classrooms as a professional resource, using Google Hangouts to bring anyone into your classroom at any time, and then modeling appropriate social media usage for students using blogging. You can do whatever you want, blog about whatever you want, and the opportunities are endless. So any questions, concerns? Any ideas? Anything you want to share? All right, so what we can do now is we can get set up as we transfer into interactive learning. So we can kind of get ourselves back on track. I'm going to start my little thing on interactive learning, and then I'm going to ask the group that's wonderfully prepared this evening on interactive learning to come up when I ask them to. So get a few minutes to get ourselves set, and all right, that's your presentation, that's my drive, that's Plickers. All right, so while we are getting set, let me get everyone their Plickers. So, anyone use Plickers? All right. Let's see, I want to get Jessica. This is yours. Oh, I guess I have it up here. Wyatt, this is yours. Nicole. There you are. Here's yours. Picture number 3. All right. I want my glasses. Crystal. Crystal. Where's Crystal? Not here.
Alexandra's next.
Alexandra. There you go.
Julia.
Julia. Joseph. Jackie. Wait, is that 8?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's supposed to be 9. All right, David. Who's next?
Erica.
Erica.
I don't think so.
Here's our, our,
You're good. Right.
Megan.
Megan, check your numbers.
Caitlin.
Caitlin. Here you are.
Michelle.
Michelle. There you are. And next, Amy. Jasmine. Check your numbers, you should be 17, right? Colleen. And Melanie is not here. And let's see. All right, so you have this, you can just set them aside. If you look at it, notice there's an A, B, C, and D side to it. These are your cards, and we'll get to them in a moment. So, let's take a look at designing interactive learning experience in a multiple device environment. All right, so when we look at creating interactive lessons, I'm not going to talk about smart boards and interactive whiteboards when we're doing this. We can have a separate discussion on it if you have any questions or if there's time. But what I'm really looking at is the way that schools are changing. I also think smart boards are their interactivity is really, I would never want one again. The interactivity of the smart board, it is good, but it's often very difficult to use because you have to bring students up to the board itself to interact with it. There's some great things you can do at the lower levels, but as you get to higher levels, I'm talking like 3rd or 4th grade up, it's easier to have students interact with devices than with the smart board. And especially with a lot of school districts investing in different tablets, iPads, different types of things, I want to focus this at least on creating learning experiences in a multiple device environment. What I mean by multiple device environment is it doesn't matter what you have to connect. It could be a desktop, a laptop, a tablet, I don't care what platform it is, Mac, PC, MySpace, whatever it is, creating something that you can use with multiple devices. Some people might be going into a BYOD environment where students are encouraged to bring all their own devices in. Some people might be going into a school with very limited resources, and you need to capitalize on the resources you have. So you don't have to, if you can pick things together, like I can grab 2 laptops from here, and I can grab some tablets from here. Some kids have phones. What can I piece together to make it a seamless learning environment for my students? So that's what I want to focus on with this. And I want you to think about an interactive classroom and think of the environment which you'd like to create in your classroom. So let's look at maybe this example of a classroom environment and see how interactive this is. No, I don't want that.
In 1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, in an effort to alleviate the effects of the Great Depression, passed the tariff bill, the Hawley-Smoot Tariff Act, which raised or lowered tariffs in an effort to collect more revenue for the federal government. Did it work? Anyone know the effects? It did not work, and the United States sank deeper into the Great Depression. Today, we have a similar debate over this. Anyone know what this is, class? Anyone? Anyone seen this before? The Laffer curve. Anyone know what this says? It says that at this point on the revenue curve, you will get exactly the same amount of revenue As at this point, this is very controversial. Does anyone know what Vice President Bush called this in 1980? Anyone? Something DOO economics, voodoo economics.
Interactive?
I don't know.
All right, as compared to come on, anyone? Bueller. You know, you sit here, you go home, you get here,
In
everything works, come here. That was so good too. All right, so I'm not gonna fight with this. Oh, let me try one more time. All right, I had a great video there, but you have to take my word for it. All right, so I want to talk about traditional versus tech-enhanced instruction and the differences between the two. So even though you're incorporating technology into your classroom, doesn't necessarily mean you're creating an interactive environment. So what we're talking about is something called Web 2.0. So has anyone ever heard of something called Web 2.0 before? All right, it's basically, if you look at the chart here, your traditional Web 1.0 is what you think about where students are using technology on a one-on-one basis. The technology is just for them and researching. That is definitely a traditional Web 1.0. Word processing, Web 1.0. The instruction is very teacher-centered. You are going to use technology to create something for me. All right, you're going to use it for research, you're going to use it for writing, and it's a single sense and single path progression. There's no outside things that come into the application that you're working on. You're strictly working with one application, one program for one specific purpose. It's a single medium. So you're not able to bring in pictures or videos or link out and hyperlink to other things. It's very static and becomes very isolated work. It could be like, here, I want you to click on this link, look at my PowerPoint presentation, and take notes on it. Web 1.0 is information delivery. And it's very passive when it comes to the learning. Right? Students just sit there and take the information in. Nothing that they have to do with it. It's your first, same thing as a person sitting in front of the room giving that lecture like we saw in that video. It's isolated and it's artificial. There's nothing real about it. Any responses the student has to it is reactive, meaning question, I give you a direct question, you have to give me a response. It's reactive. There's no preparation in building into the response. It's that simple question and answer. Web 2.0 is more student-centered instruction and learning. It's interactive. It's multi-sensory. You can use videos. You can use pictures. You can use writing. You can use link out to other resources. Everything is there. There's stimulation, and there's multiple ways to get there. Students all learn in different ways. Their strengths lie in different areas. Joe can show me his understanding maybe better in a video than he could in a piece of writing. Not that you don't have to work on your writing, that's okay. But for some tasks, you might be able to show me something better. You know, you're understanding better using a certain tool or a certain medium than another. And that's okay. There's multiple paths to get there, and you can use that multimedia. Web 2.0 also refers to the ability to collaborate and connect and discuss with other people online. All right, that is where Web 2.0. It's not isolated. It's not information delivery. It's active learning. You're exploring. You can come up with a question and try and answer. It's proactive, a planned response, and it's authentic, and it's real world. So when we're talking about interactive classrooms, we're looking at incorporating Web 2.0 skills to involve the students with each other, but also to connect the students to the teacher in the learning environment. Make sense? So I have a little interactive experience that I would like you to go through now. So here's the process. What I've done is I put a link to a little excerpt of an article on interactive teaching and learning in your classroom activities. All right, what I'd like you to do is it's like 2.5 pages. What I would like you to do is read that article quickly. Go through it, get the main points, and I create a link, another link to a Padlet. Should be there, right? And what I would like you to do is post your own definition of interactive teaching and learning to the Padlet. If you would like to, you can bring in a picture that maybe will help explain what you write, or a link to something else. What we're going to then do is break into 4 groups. You're going to look at the Padlet, and each group is going to then come up with a definition for interactive teaching and learning. So you're going to look at what all the individuals in the class posted up on the Padlet for their definitions, and then each group is going to come up with their own. So we have group 1, group 2, group 3, and group 4. There's also a link to a shared Google document and classroom activities. Actually, I should say group A, B, C, D. You're going to then post your definitions to A. So group A has a little box in there. You're going to post your group definition of interactive teaching and learning in that box. Group 2, group 3, and group 4. So, links are in Blackboard for classroom activities. You have an article you can read, post to the Padlet. Then once we have some time for that, we'll go into groups, and then you'll add your definition. And your document is in the interactive teaching folder. Would you rather have it in a list? There we go.
Oh, wait, mine.
Did you lose yours? Was that you, teacher plans?
Yes, I can fix it. I can edit it.
All right, so I'll give 3 more minutes to come up with a definition, and then we'll go into group A, B, C, D, and you can add your nice, eloquent, well-written definition of interactive teaching and learning. Do me a favor, anyone who's done, just hold up your card. No, just let me just try something. Let me just make sure everything's working. Oh my gosh. That is awesome. Okay, cool. There we go. All right, so I don't know if you all want to just sit around one person in the middle, and that one person can enter it, and you want to look at your Padlets by group A, group B, group C, and group D. I'd like you to come up with a nice, well-written definition based on what you read and the responses from the Padlet on a nice definition of interactive teaching and learning. And then you can add it to this document over here. Anonymous Lemur has joined the group. Oh, you're not in your. You always have to open it in your. Oh, you're not signed in. Yeah, and then you can open it.
I put instructions coordinator. Yeah, so I she is more into the use of technology. Yeah. Okay, so both teachers and students are just teaching students. Can we write both of your interactions teaching? Teachers. That was so hard. Actively engage. In critical thinking, I would say critical what? Well, why is it else when and discourse. I think we would and discourse. Yeah.
You put a video of yourself. I bet you will.
I'm just trying to get the language.
Yeah, I get to record the sound, and as you get comfortable with it, really, you can start.
I put that they actively
I bring my dog in. But it's easy. I do it, you know, I do it because.
So you didn't.
To what? And then you're flipping your passion, you're doing.
Using technology.
Really don't have to watch it. So, you're not going out to YouTube and watching the video. It's me creating the content. So I got this where but it creates an engagement while they're watching the video. But it really takes me a while to get comfortable making the video, navigating on the screen, realize you have to.
You already said that though.
Because I got to the point where I got to work myself really quickly. I'm sorry, my whiny voice. Little videos. I got all of it. It is what it is. Okay, how are we on definitions? More time, less time? Any group need a few more minutes? All right, so you have. Very nice work. Okay, Anonymous Lemur, you can keep adding. It's okay. What's that? No, no worries. So a few things I did with this was I took a model of an interactive classroom, introducing a brief thing of a topic, giving something to read, reflect on it on our own, see what our classmates think about it, and then bring them together to share ideas and bounce ideas off of one another in order to actually work with what they posted and what they read and kind of apply it somewhere else to come up with a definition. And I can simply go through the definitions here, but you have them all in front of you. And I want to show you, of course, now that I was playing, I lost my phone. Hold on a second, because it's been a running theme, and I wanted to tell you about it the whole time, but I thought I'd hold off. For people that do not have the technology needs in their classroom, for them to be doing different things and getting feedback. One of the biggest things of technology that I can promote is getting formative and being able to take formative assessment as you're teaching the class and be able to get that data right away in order to inform your instruction. This is something called clickers. Okay, you all have a card that I printed out for you. You each have a number. I've assigned that number to you. So if we had this for the year, this would be your card for the year. I would laminate it, maybe I put your name on it or do something, and that would be yours, and you keep it with you the whole time. So what I would like you to do is I'd like you to vote on the best definition of interactive learning. So if you think it's A, you're going to hold A up, the A side up on your card. If you think it's B, you're going to hold the B side up on your card. If you think it's C, you get it, right? So I'll give you a moment to look through it. Are we going to get it split evenly 4 ways? Everyone's going to vote for their own.
I was thinking, should I be
Well, they think I'm. Here, I should turn the lights on. All right, so if everyone can hold up their placards nice and high. I want to make sure I can see everyone. Try not to be like directly behind. All right, hold on nice and high. Right there, that's good. Hold on. Back's a little far away. Let me move around. Keep them up, keep them up. Want to get everyone's. I think I got everyone. Let me just make sure. There we go. Okay, put them down.
Oh my God. Thank you. Oh my God.
So now I can see how everyone responded. I can get all of your responses here. So That's a nice thing. I can get individual responses, or I can look at it as a graph. So now my feedback, wow. I'm sorry, Steve. But now I can get the feedback from my students immediately without them having to have any type of device. You just print out those cards free. I just print out those cards from the Plickers. When I create a class, I assign each student a number, and then I print out the cards, and they all have numbers on them. You only get 40 cards per free account. So but you can create multiple classes. So you can have like number 1 in one class, number 1, so you can work around it. So this is called Plickers. Plickers. What you do is you just need to install the app on a phone or an iPad or any type of mobile device that supports apps, and you scan the class with the camera. So if you want to, so I'm not going to show you, but when I do it, right? So someone hold up there in the back, and then everyone else. So if you look, and I scan, it will actually say I got Nicole's name comes up on my screen, and then Jasmine hold up yours. Jasmine's name comes up, and it's scoring all the things when you see their name pop up.
What if I turn it?
If you turn it, you change your answer. And then when I feel I've gotten them all, I just hit the button that says check, and I've gotten all my responses. So.
And you were saying you can assign the same number to different people to different classes?
Yeah.
So how would you differentiate between which class you have?
When I create a class, I open up the questions to different classes.
Okay.
So when I'm on Plickers, and you have classes, you can have your classes here, and then when I create the questions, I make them for both classes.
And then you like activate one so that that's.
Yeah, I open up one class and I do it, and then next period I'd open up the next class and I would do it. So that is called Plickers. Really cool, really way of being interactive without the need for students to have technology right there in front of them. Plickers is, yes?
So like if you didn't get the whole class, would you go back in?
Yeah, you can go back in
Just to do that one?
just to do that one. It'll be fine. So I can see when I walk around the room on my screen, I can then, once it reads it, the name pops up. Oh, you didn't get to see it, did you? I want everyone to see it. All right. So someone up there, hold up. You guys up there, hold up your card. See that? See that? When I scan it and it gets it, the name comes up. So then it's recording all the. It's amazing. All right, so that is Plickers. So now we can take a break. I didn't upload the Cool Tools feedback response. It's still in last week's folder. I thought, why do it again? That's big. So you can pull it up. We had David presenting today, and we have another group presenting. So take like a 10-minute break, and I'm so excited. I like the app you're doing, Dave, a good one. And the apps that are being presented today. Remember, I'm sharing all these presentations in that Google shared folder, so when you need to do your wiki and talk about tools for the different things, it's there for you. Everyone's presentations, okay?
Are we going to discuss that again?
Yes, right when we're done tonight. All right, because when we have one more week of meeting, and so our last learning experience is next week's our last week of meeting, so we have one more learning experience write-up that's due next week. And you have from, the following week to the following, what is it, the 4th the class ends, to have your digital learning space all cleaned up. And,
It's that Tuesday, right?
yeah, your digital learning space and your wiki.
And now with our digital learning space, it's only those 3.
Only those 3 left.
Nothing additional.
Nothing
It's just
additional.
like technical, like, it just needs to be heard.
Yeah, technically, and your stuff needs to be in there and accessible and good. And so, yeah, we'll take 10 minutes and we'll have the interactive tools go next, and then we'll have, organization research and stuff. So I'm going to close out. Dave, you didn't share the presentation with me?
No, I put it on like Google Drive.
Just
I don't know if I put it on.
Just share it with me, DRoberto75@gmail. And that way I can just pull it up right on here.
It's on the top right.
That's why I love Google, because
Not to worry about USB drive.
you don't have to worry about
Or
USB,
even like compatibility.
and you don't have to worry, like for example, David, you mind if I talk about?
Yeah, no problem.
David's collaborative project the students are collaborating to get presentations, but they're going to be delivering their presentations from the class, which I think is something that gets forgotten now. I hate personal side note, just me, hate it when a teacher assigns a PowerPoint presentation, the group turning a PowerPoint presentation and does not have them presented. What is the point?
Just for you to be bored.
Just because, no, it's seriously, because getting up and public speaking and using that we should be teaching those skills. And just turning in a PowerPoint is not actually focusing on the skills. So what kids are learning about presentations is copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, large amounts of text and pictures in a presentation and reading it, rather than actually delivering and presenting it. So I'm so glad you made that part of what your learning experience. And even, like the cool things they can just screencast their presentations. That's they're presenting it, they're screencasting it, and then you can put it on your webpage or shared folder and they can watch through it. So I think that's one thing I did.
What do you mean by screen
Remember how you did the flip lesson?
Yeah.
Why can't kids do that?
Oh.
Right? So they can do their did you get my comment? Yeah.
I looked, but I thought there was a comment on the flip lesson. You're talking about comments on the flip lesson or comment on?
I put some comments on the collaborative.
The collaborative.
Yeah, just because that would be like, or they can flip it, or you filmed it as they were giving their presentation, and they made those videos, so then they can go back, they can watch it again and get that information. Because you realize it's not a lot of work.
No, the second one was a lot easier than the first one.
But to record something, to post it, to share the resources, or you can just take their presentation and embed the Google presentations on your Schoology page, or link to them from your Schoology page. So then every kid has access to the presentation. Because as it's going on, they might miss some key stuff. So, you shared it?
Yeah, it should be there. Yeah, that's it.
There it is.
Oh, wait, I saw that one. I have a question about the time.
Yeah.
Can you change the student's name from year to year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can change their number. Like, you can change whatever.
So if you have, okay, so the following year you have a different roster, you can just put in there.
You can put in their names or just delete your old class and make a new class. That's what I would do. But
Because you said you only have 40.
you only have 40 individual ones you can print out for free.
And that's it.
That's it. Not 40 total. So you can, if you say, I'm a high school teacher, I have 150 something students. What I do is each class, there's multiple number one, I 1 through 30 in one class, 1 through 30 in another, 1 through 30 in another, and they all have the same ones. Mhm.
I've only been.
But, because they're researching in that, yeah.
Yes, because what I explained is because it's introducing the
We go over it.
Yeah.
Which is really good because of all the writing we have to do with math now that's,
Now, if you laminate things, like you said, if the glare doesn't affect.
No.
the fan,
no, it,
Yeah. But just, it's okay.
oh, no, we're gonna do. Oh gosh, that's I don't know, that's
I mean, they had 5 years to implement it, but still, it just sounds right backwards. Like, how do you just pick one industry and decide that?
I don't know. I don't-
It should, like, first professional.
Yeah.
Exactly. So why would anyone do that?
Why would, and you need
Yeah.
education, you need skill, you need.
Yeah.
But then you're just, alright, so now you're ready for this segment.
Exactly, not for like the rest of the
Not for like a standard minimum wage, you're choosing this and you're doing next. Alright, so.
And I think they're gonna end up repealing it.
All that's gonna happen is, well, fast food prices be jacked up. Hours will be cut. So many hours will be cut. You'll do automated ordering, you'll have one cooking in that.
Like you do in Japan.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for challenge.
Yeah.
Entry, like, I'm like, this thing is focused on your we can use like just.
Yeah. You're doing it interactive.
I know, sorry.
Oh, by the way, sorry, I just so I don't forget, I'm sorry.
No.
But for your third learning experience write-up, you may not have a rubric
Okay.
for your lesson experience if it's an how are you going to put a rubric on how you're interacting? So it'd be more of an informal assessment and you will talk about what you will be looking for. So if you do not have a rubric, do not worry about it. Because, and I think I say that in the assignment itself, but someone brought it up, you're not going to need a rubric because that's not really practical for There could be, it depends on what you're having to do. It would vary on, like if you're having to do something.
Yeah.
Using it, yes, then you might.
Then we
have
can
a
both do
rubric
this
to
episode.
do that. But if it was something like,
What?
I'm using clickers for this.
Okay, how do you get back to the, you need
Like we
Oh,
did
yeah.
here, how am I
Go
going to
into,
assess?
I think it's this right here. It's the
Also, maybe I
interactive.
But, what I would do in that assignment, I would be discussing, you know, other sides.
Yeah, Shadi, this one. This is my spot. I
The one
claimed.
that's all the way on the left is,
I can assess those things. Alright, so,
We're just logging into our,
oh, Kahoot.
yeah, Kahoot.
Kahoot.it. We have a quiz, right?
We do. We have a lot of stuff.
Yes,
Yeah,
Nicole
there's-
hasn't downloaded Closer.
Okay.
the app.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you have like a smart device or tablet, if you don't, it works on the computer. But just download
I'm gonna.
Nearpod, NEARPOD. Do you know where we were?
You can do it
No,
on
well,
your
no, the
phone.
computer, you would just type in the link, nearpod.com, but if it's on your device, you would just download the app,
You can
Nearpod.
download the
How
app
do we
or
get it
you
to,
can
like-
hit it on the website.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
don't have to have it.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't
Yeah, you
matter.
can do it either
Like,
way.
we did it on the web, but,
Nearpod.
Near,
Near,
We're actually
We'll
gonna
go through that.
But we just.
but we just wanted, if you did have a device, so it would be downloaded for when we
Yeah,
did it.
it is easier with the app on the device.
Yeah, I think so too, even with like the, 'cause we'll be
You can do
drawing.
web-based on the device.
And just so you guys know, for the Nearpod, the video is gonna teach you how to do it in terms of if you were the teacher teaching it, but you're gonna actually be the students for the activity. And we'll explain all that, but just so you know, for the video.
we're just waiting for 2 group members. I like this. You ready?
Yeah.
Every time I show people.
There you go.
It's,
I'm gonna hide over here.
This is our, okay, go ahead, go on.
All right, this is gonna be fun.
All right.
Okay, any more things?
Hi, guys. My name is Jasmine Chanella.
I'm Jessica Bell.
I'm Michelle Lewis. Deirdre Hickey.
I'm Erica.
And you can just put, for names, just put interactive tools. You know.
So we're focusing on interactive tools and mobile devices. So we're gonna take a deeper look about interactive tools and mobile devices, and hopefully this will help with your third learning experience. So interactive tools is a great way to create lessons, assessments, and presentations. It basically sparks students' interest, engagement, and success in a certain content area through images, videos, and links. So basically, you can't really see it, but there's this guy named Jonathan. He studies 21st century learning, and he says that we're just hitting the edge of where we can go with this technology. Through training, teachers will get better with the gadgets that are offered, and they can implement it in the classrooms better. So this creates an avenue for student responses between teachers and students back and forth, and it's instant feedback. So I did 10 benefits of mobile devices and interactive tools in the classroom. The first one is it gets them college and career ready and ready for the workforces because we're using all this stuff in our workforces as well. The second one is collaboration is much easier. So all these different avenues are avenues to collaborate with your cell phone, your iPad, your e-reader, any device that you might have at home. Also, it provides learning beyond the classroom walls. Students become very bored in our classroom, so it gives them another avenue to be successful. So they can personalize their instruction, so they can choose an avenue that works best for them. You can choose an avenue that works best for your students, vice versa. And the cost, you can save more because now you don't have to go out and buy different softwares as a district. You can use softwares that students already have accessible to them. The students love games, so this is an avenue to help them think that they're playing a game, but they're actually connecting it to their learning. And education is more interactive as we saw today. And this increases engagement because, as I said, this sparks their interest. If they're interested in something, they're more engaged and they can provide deeper learning. Students and teachers, they swap roles. So now we have the heavy lifting is now on the students and it's no longer on the teacher. So you're not up here speaking the whole time, you have feedback from the students and you can grip where they are and you can gear your instruction around where they are. And last but not least, they can now see different types of ebooks right on their devices so that they can have this at home if they don't want to carry it back and forth from school. You can apply links to different interactive tools that they will show you today and have different types of ebooks, different types of experiences for each student. So there's different points of view. So many people think that students are just going to be texting and browsing the web while they're trying to do an instruction or playing games like Angry Birds. But if you create environments like our professor does on a daily basis, it forces us to now engage in the programs that we're providing for our students. And now this can be accessible anytime, anywhere. So this learning is everywhere. And there's really no excuses to not get it done.
Sorry. Okay, so for one of the apps that we looked at was Socrative. And it's an interactive mobile app. You can download it on an iPad, your cell phone, Android tablets, but it allows teachers to engage and assess students. You can create quizzes, exit tickets, polling activities, and even send out a simple question during a lesson. The student responses are immediate, and students also have the option to ask questions, decide how to group students. So once you have the app open as a teacher, you can create a test or a quiz or a question, and then it gives you the option to put students in groups, or the students can put themselves in a group. Oh, wrong one. So it's really easy to use. The best part is free. You can sign in with your Google account, or you can use an email, but I would recommend just creating a Google account for all this, because if not, you're gonna have to remember 500 different emails and passwords. So, like I said before, you create a quiz, and then it gives you the option to tag. And when you're tagging, you're really just including the Common Core standards. So once you click tag, the Common Cores will come up, and then you pick all the way to 12, and then they have a link available. Let's say if you don't really understand what that one is, or you need more details, you click on it and it'll go straight to Engage New York. You also have the option to import a quiz from Excel, or you can use a shared quiz from other Socrative users around the world. So I thought that was really cool, because you can collaborate with other teachers in other countries. And then you can choose what type of quiz to start. Is this mine too? Oh, but before this slide, oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, another cool thing is that, like, the game, when she was talking about games making it more fun, once you have a quiz already created, you can go to Space Race, and it just turns your quiz into a game. That's what I wanted to mention, sorry. But this is the different types. We have options for the immediate feedback. So you have student-paced immediate feedback. The students receive right or wrong feedback and explanations after they answer each question. And then they can't skip. They don't have an option to skip or change their answers. Another option is student-paced, and then in this option, students have the choice. So this is just like a picture to show you guys what it looks like. And they can take the quiz however they want, and then look at the results. This one is teacher-paced, where you control the flow of questions. You send one at a time and visualize their responses as they happen. You can skip and revisit questions. And then you can share your assessment with your students with the Room code. And this is what it looks like on the phone. This is the Space Race thing I was talking about. By the way, if you wanted to change it from a rocket, you can change it to a bee. I think there was a bee, a unicorn. I don't know, make it interesting.
Okay. So Kahoota, it is a really fun mobile app where students compete against each other. So a teacher can go on and create quizzes or surveys or discussions, and their students can go on their phones or computers, and they can participate in the quiz.
and they have 1,000 points per question. And depending on how fast they do it, they get more points. So it's really competitive. It's really fun. It gets them excited. So this is just an overview of how to use it. So educators would go to getkahoot.com. And here it's just very simple to set up. You would get your free account, type in username, password, and include your email address. And then there you could choose between the quiz, discussion, and survey. You could also choose, which is really nice, a quiz that is already made for you, which we'll be doing today. Yeah, so I'm going to be excited. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so then the students would go to kahoot.it. So you guys can do that now. .com. And you're going to wait. So what's going to happen is on this screen, like the teacher screen, it'll have the question and different symbols. And on your device, you will have the color and the symbol that you'll pick. You're going to want to put in a username. It's kind of fun to put your first name so that people know who they're competing against. And yeah, it's pretty easy. So you guys can go to that now. You can go to kahoot.it. Yeah, we can get out of this. Get out? Yeah. So, yeah, and then here, it's good. Okay. So here's what it looks like for teachers. So here you can choose the quiz, discussion, or survey. But what we're going to do is go to the public ones, which were already made for us. And here we can pick one. I don't know if you guys have a preference. Shout out one if you see.
National Park.
National Park's the third one. All right. Let's do it. So then you'd hit play. And then you have some nice things here. You can display the game pin throughout so that if someone wasn't paying attention or missed it, they can see the pin and add it as they go. So I'm going to hit launch. So if you guys are ready, the pin should come up in a second and you could type it in. Got some fun music. And we'll see who's on as we go. The names will pop up. All right, are we ready? All right, remember, you're going to want to do this as fast as you can because it's going to be timed. Yes. National parks. Sure. It's kind of hard. All right. So 8 people picked the right answer. Good job. Good job, majority there. All right. Ready?
You are now in 10th place. You tied my
So it's just fun because students can compete. It makes it a a game, and they're also learning and everything. So Dan and White are in the lead. Yeah, it's tied. So.
Oh. No.
All right, so only one person, huh? All right, Julia. This is a hard topic. That was a fast one. All right, better than the last one. Okay, Dan's in the lead.
It does. Oh, I didn't get it.
Right.
I see why you picked this one.
I'll be there in a week.
Not bad. I don't know. I don't know what that
I think it's different. You got one wrong, finally?
Oh, no.
Oh, still winning. All right, this one's a long one, it's 20 questions.
Yeah, we're not.
All right, we'll do one more, so let's see.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's see, last question. We're gonna end it.
Oh, eyes closed or eyes.
There better be some right answers on that one. Oh, nice.
Wow.
All right, so let's see. I thought I saw end. It does it then?
Yeah.
Okay. So Dave won. Good job, Dave. All right. So it's really nice because you can make your own quizzes about what you're learning, and it does get them excited and competitive, so it's a good time. Kahoot, yeah. All right.
Okay, so we have another application that we're gonna be using as well. That's the second one that you logged into. It's Nearpod. And it allows teachers to construct presentations using the website to deliver instruction to students that are using multiple devices at once. So we're actually, as the teachers, we're in charge of the screen. You guys have a chance to answer the questions, but then when we decide that we want to move on to the next screen, your screen automatically moves with ours. And I actually have a video on here. It's walking you through how to navigate Nearpod. You might want to just pause it though, because I think it starts automatically. And this is going through as if you guys were the teachers in front of the classroom. Today, you're actually going to be using the student account, but Michelle will walk through that with you when you guys log in as the students. So there's just a video here on how you're going to navigate and how you actually create quizzes and different polls and fill in the blank questions. So if you guys just want to take a look at that. This is just a brief overview. Hi everyone. Today we're going to be using the application Nearpod. And what it is, it's an application where teachers and students are both using the application, where the teacher has full control of the screen, but the students will be able to answer questions about specific topics or multiple choice questions. It can be short answer questions. It can be matching questions, fill in the blanks. There's multiple ways in order to use this application with the students and the teacher. But what we're going to be learning about today is how to sign up for a Nearpod account. It is free, but we're actually going to be signing in as the teacher sign up. So we're going to click on this button here, and you're going to come up with two screens. There's going to be a sign-in screen and a sign-up screen. Initially, you're going to use the sign-up screen to type in your first name, your last name, your work email, or any email that you choose to use, and your password. I already created an account, so I'm going to click on sign in and type in my information in order to access the Nearpod account of mine. So you guys can actually create one right now if you want to, or you can just watch the video, follow along. So what this is here is we have a bar here where we can create new presentations, and since we're signed in under the teacher account, we can create a new presentation. You'll notice that we're in My Library, that's where we wanna go initially in order to create the presentations. And there's multiple things that you can do within your presentations for your students to work with. So when you wanna create a new presentation, you hit the plus sign that says new presentation, and that's going to navigate you to a bunch of different screens. You have the option to add a slide. When you have slides in there, you can also delete them. You can preview them. And you also want to add a title to your presentations, and you would just double click on that and you can type in whatever your title is. And once you click off of it, you'll see here that now I created the title and I just wrote title. So what you want to do to add a slide, you click on this box here with the plus sign, add slide, and then you're going to get 3 pop-up boxes that say add content, add web content, and add activity. So when you want to add content that's not from the web, you're going to click on add content, and then it gives you multiple options. You can do one single slide, you can create a video, you can create audio, you can also create a slideshow, PDF viewer, or you can live Twitter stream. So I'm just going to show you on here with the slide. It brings you to a PowerPoint PowerPoint slide. So you would just type in your title, and then whatever content you want to put on here for the slide, you would type in this box. Just left click on it and type in your information. Just put that there for you as an example. So then when we're in the text, you can also add an image and add audio. If you click onto these, this box here comes up, and you can go through Google Images, browse my files, Dropbox, Box, Google Drive. However it is that you chose to save your image, that's what you're going to choose here. You're going to click on it, and it's going to allow you to search the images that you want to search. And then you would just drag it over here where it says drag your file here. Just be sure that it's in one of these formats, otherwise it won't work. So that's for just creating one slide. You can also add the audio, the same thing. If something comes up and it says free trial on it, you're just going to simply click continue. Don't hit upgrade because you don't want to have to pay for it. I mean, unless it's something that you're using regularly. So you just hit continue, same thing. It gives you the options for where you can save your files, and then you just click on it, and you can pick one of your files out of all of your different files on your computer, whether it be your laptop, your Chromebook, your iPad, your mobile device, and then you would just drag the file right into here, and it's going to give you the option to hit save. So I'm just going to save this here so we can see that it adds the slide to the presentation. So now I do have the option now, since I have a slide in there, to delete a slide. If you click delete, it's going to give you this pop-up box. Are you sure you want to delete the slide? You're either going to say yes or no. For our purposes here, I'm just going to say no, so we can see that the slide is there. You can also preview the slide before you publish the slide. When you publish the slide, that's when all of your students will be able to see the actual information that you have posted. So when you hit preview, it just comes up whatever the slide is that you have, or slides, and it will give you all the information. You can see it before you go ahead and publish it. Also down here as a side note, if you need help with the website, which we actually used, our group used in order to make sure that everything was going to be saved properly, you would just type in here your name, and type in your email, and put in your phone number, and you're going to send a message, and someone from the support system will send you a message back, and you guys can do a chat, and they'll help you with any issues that it is that you have. Now keep in mind, this is being logged in as a teacher. So the students don't have the same access, but we'll go through that after when we actually do the activity on the Nearpod. So to create another slide, if we wanted to add web content, we have the free trial here. The free trial will stay for the life of your presentation. Whatever it is that you add on there, it will stay for the life of the presentation. So you just click on continue, and it's going to tell you to enter a website URL. So I'll just enter one here. We'll use Google, for example, and it'll allow you to test the link. And what it does when you put that link in there, it goes where the students can click right onto it, wherever it is that you want them to go. And as you can see, it navigated me right to the Google site. So I'm gonna go back here, I will save my link, you always wanna make sure that you save your work, and you can always go back and check it later, and it will tell you that it's been added. So we're going to add one more slide, and add activity. This is where you're going to put all your open-ended questions, if you wanna take a poll, if you wanna create a quiz, that's very similar to what we use in Google Drive when we created our quiz for our flipped lesson. If you wanna have the students draw something, you can click on this link here. There's also a fill in the blanks section where you create an actual sentence and the students are going to fill in the blanks. So if we say that my favorite color is blue, you type the entire sentence and then you click next. You don't leave a blank, you actually type out the entire sentence. You hit next. And now over here, it's going to tell you, click on the words on the right to add to the word bank. So I'm going to click on the word favorite. And as you can see, it automatically adds it to the word bank. So if I did color, it would also add color to the word bank. So we would have my blank blank is blue. And the students would have to pick the appropriate words to fill in the blanks, like I just did. Once we do that, we hit done. Do that one more time. So now we have our words. Make sure that you have your words in the word bank, and then you click done. And now it's going to save your fill in the blank. As you can see, it says fill in the blanks added. So we'll go and click on add slide. We're going to add activity again, since there are a few in here. This is where you're going to get the bulk of your information from. Like I said, you can take a poll for your students, you can quiz your students. Your students can draw for you if that's necessary, and you can also match pair.
And then at the end, there would be an option to publish it on the right, and then that's, then you can use that with your students.
Not actually using the matched pair, there's a matched pair application on there as well. We don't actually use that in our Nearpod, but it's kind of like a memory game where if you had like the flip cards, the students are able to do that digitally as well. So that's just what the end of it was.
Okay, so now we're gonna try it. So if you have a mobile device and want to use that, you can download the app, Nearpod, or you can use the computer and just type in nearpod.com. And you're gonna be a student. So this would be the teacher page. So this is my library. So we're gonna learn about plants today. So if you click the live session as a teacher, this code is gonna come up. So as a student, you're gonna type this in under the student code. And now it's going to give you the option to play a video. So it may be a little loud, but I want you guys to watch the video or go through it quickly, because then that'll be what we're going to do the lesson on. So if you want to play that now.
We don't sound on our side.
Say that again?
We don't sound.
Oh, you don't have?
Yeah, earbud.
You're gonna play it up there.
Like you can as a teacher. It's just like, yeah, it's for a student. You'll know most of the information. I just put it up as a.
Michelle, can sign as a student on there so you can watch it?
Can you?
You'd have to open up
A new tab?
Open up a new browser.
Did you, I mean, it's basic information. Do you want to?
Yeah, we can just go
Right,
along.
okay. Okay, so then you would push next as a teacher, and then this comes up. And then you guys have the option to put your name or nickname, so you can do that now, and then there's a send button, I think, in the bottom right. So as students are doing this, their names will start to pop up on my screen, so I'll know that they're all logged in. Okay, and then I can push next. And then it's going to give you the option to, there's a picture of a plant and you're going to label the parts. So you can either draw it with your mouse. There's an option, a text box at the bottom where you can actually write it and then drag to where the appropriate part of the plant is. And then as you do that, your drawings will come up on my screen. And just so you know, the one that's pointing to what looks like a petal isn't a petal. And that's could be a misconception with students. That just has to be clarified. but it's actually a flower. And then as a teacher, you have the option to double click someone's work. Let's say they're doing an exceptional job, and you can actually push share, and then it takes over your screens. So you get the example that the kid drew, which I think is super cool. And then you unshare it, you close it out, and we'll go to the next one. So now you're going to take a little quiz about plants. So you are going to answer the following questions, and as you do that, your scores are going to come up on my screen of how many you got correct out of the total amount. And then there's like a little pie chart to the left that gives a percentage. So down here, the red means you're getting it wrong, and the green is that you're getting it right. I know, it's so quiet. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, and if you, I mean, you have the option to share someone's grade, but I wouldn't unless you have their consent. Like if one kid gets 100 and the rest don't, I would share it, but so then that's another thing you can do with it. And then this is the fill in the blank like Jess was saying. So you have a sentence up on yours with blanks, but mine actually has the answer. So you would just fill in the blanks with those. And this screen, you don't have the option to share because I guess they give you the answer, so you don't need it to be shared with the class. And then this would be the end of the lesson. You can also do this as a homework assignment. So instead of doing a live stream, I'll go back to it. You can click homework so then kids have access to it at home. So that's another option you can do. So I found this tool to be super effective and it was really easy to use. So you can just do any lesson that you are doing in the class and then you have control over their screens. That was the end of it, right? And those were the interactive tools that we decided.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, David.
Okay.
Thank you. actually have to use the laptop.
Oh. Oh,
Just-
that would have been frustrating. What the
That
heck?
would've
It's not working. So, nobody else wants to do research and organization? Just kidding.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So I'm gonna be doing research and organization, obviously. So what kind of tools are these that we're talking about? Tools that you can find information. I mean, this is stuff that we do all the time in our college coursework. So this is actually not only applicable to what we do in the classroom, but it's also applicable to what we're doing right now. So getting information, finding information from reputable sources, and also applications that would organize that information that you're looking up. So I picked one specific app that we're going to look at because I only have 10 minutes, but I want to hear from you a little bit too. What kind of applications do you, how do you find, if I could just hear from a couple of people, how do you find your sources? What kind of apps do you use? I'll start. I use primarily the New Paltz database for finding scholarly articles. So that's how I usually find resources, but it's usually because there's a requirement for it needs to be like a specific scholarly article. Obviously in grammar school or middle school, that's not going to make as much of a difference. It doesn't need to be, in a scientific journal. It just needs to be something reputable. So what kind of places do you guys look for sources? Google. Do you do like Google : edu or something like that, or usually just Google and? Okay.
Which is scholar.google.com, which
Mhm.
is just a search engine that searches all scholarly articles and peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Any other websites?
Like, some things that, if I can type in, something for a classroom into Google, something that will pop out to me is like .edu, .gov,
Yeah.
.org, anything along those lines, then like leads me to investigate the website a little bit further.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I think I've used most of those before too. What about applications for organizing? Does anybody actually use an application to organize information that you've gotten together? No?
Diigo.
Do you? Diigo?
Yeah, D-I-I-G-O.
Okay. So apparently even college students, even we're not really doing that a whole lot, but there are some apps available. So the one that I want to look at is Instagrok. So this is a website that sort of does both. It gives you a way to find information, and it also gives you a way to organize the information while you're finding it, and then it allows you to make notes. I'll show you how it works, but just real quick, what it's made up of. There's you can look up information, so you can type in a subject and you can put it in, but you also have access to videos, images, websites, and then there's one other feature that I'll show you. But it actually employs a sort of a smart search, so it's very good for like high school kids that are doing research projects, because it cuts out all the sort of extraneous sources. You type something into Google and then you're looking for very specific sites. I'd say a good 75% of what you go through has absolutely no application to what you're actually looking for. So this smart search curtails to sort of research projects. So it cuts out sort of the spam, that you would normally get in a search engine. Oh, why do I keep touching this computer? So, all right, so let's all go there. Let's go to instagrok.com. And you can wait there. I'm going to get out of here, actually. And I'm going to just show you real quick sort of something that I'm working on, and then I'll give you a minute. Just think of something as I'm going over it that you might, maybe you're doing a project now, or maybe it's just a subject that you've been thinking about, you're interested in, and put that in. But let me go there. It's Instagrok.com. I hope this one loads good. Everyone can see my awesome username again. Okay, so what the heck? Oh, there we go. Okay, so if you can do this for free without, or it's free anyways, but you can do this without making an account. You just won't have a history. So I can go to history, and all right, so here's my latest project. I can go here, the Protestant Reformation. Okay, so social studies topic, everyone reasonably familiar? We have a lot of social studies people, I think, right? Okay, so we'll go to our Groks. And it's pretty much just as simple as typing in something up here. So I type in the Protestant Reformation, and I get this sort of spider web of information. I get the main thing that I typed in, and then I get related topics that come off. So if I click this one, let me get rid of these. If I click this one, then I am given all these different sections. So the key facts. So if you just want to know the general information, you can look there. Websites, and if you look at the websites, they're all curtailed to research, to information. They're not, they're not news articles. They're not. They're things that actually relate to the topic and something that you would actually use. History websites. There's Khan Academy right there. Oh, a lot of Khan Academy. Wow. Then you can also go videos, and it will give you relevant, pretty much documentary videos, mostly from YouTube, images, concepts, and it will define related words. So that's how you can find information, and this stood out to me because I was like, I could actually kind of see myself using this. Like if I just want to know about a topic, then even in college, this would be, I would find this useful. So that's finding the information. If you find a link or something on here that you want to save and make it part of your Grok, then you just gotta pin it, and then it comes out to the side there. And if you click on it, it will put the website up here, whatever it is. How do I get down? Oh, this is. I'm gonna hide this. Hide. Go away. There we go. I can make a note, and I can also tell the Grok if this is credible source. Is this something that they want? And that way, it's sort of self curated, the website, sort of like Wikipedia, but people who are doing research are the ones who would curate it. So I can do that. I can make an individual note on that pin that I made, but I can also go here to journal, and I can I could write a paper. I can write a paper and insert videos, links, sort of like the wiki. So similar to that, I can create an interactive web space on here, and after I just sort of started one off. Like I would do. I can email it, I can print it out, so I can share it with other people. And then there's one other thing that I'll show you. I think this is pretty cool. To sort of keep you on track, You can also, it has quizzes that are automatically generated from whatever you're typing in. So if I typed in Martin Luther, and I wanted to specifically sort of to nudge my mind to think in a certain direction and try to find information, then I can go here and it will produce a quiz for me. And so if you don't know where to start, if you're like starting to research something and just like, oh, I don't even know where to begin, or your student doesn't know where to begin, this is a place that you can start with the quiz to start to gather information or at least put you in a direction. And yeah, that's Instagram. Any questions? Yes.
That's so cool.
I know. This
So
was
the quiz is like, it's automatically generating it based on whatever you're searching?
whatever you're searching. Yeah. So I could type in anything like I'll type in Mount Everest.
Does it formulate a new quiz?
Yeah, completely different quiz. Oh, you mean every time?
Or is it just like adding to the continuum of the one quiz?
I think it changes based on what you're
Content.
changing. Yeah.
You add to your rock.
Yeah. So like this is the first time. Climbers. Yeah, and then it's an automatic. It tells you if you're right. Yeah, anything that you're researching, and then it will curtail it based on what you're saving and your grok. Yeah. Anybody else? Could you guys see yourself using something like this? Because this was, all the apps that we've seen have been really cool, but this one like jumped out at me as the most. I was like, oh, I need to like remember this. This would be great. And not just me though, in a classroom, this would be a great way to show your students information like that. Because I can't count the amount of times I've been in a classroom and someone has been, one of my students, what about this? And I'm like, And I used to teach in a Korean immersion school, and it was at a old military school, and there was no technology whatsoever. There was my laptop, and I could plug it into the wall, and that's it. So I would, well, let me see, and I would run and I would type something in, and then I would be like, oh, and show my laptop around to everyone. But this would be, assuming you have something like this would be a really helpful app. So, yep, okay. Thank you.
Great. Cool. And I just wanted, since we're talking about, and you would need some other research ones, I did want to I'll let you guys finish up, but I did want to point out Diigo. So that's another great resource as well. So I'll just get that pulled up. Oh, I forgot I was doing research on grills. Oh. All right, so thank you for your great presentations, great apps, and I was all ones that took the burden off me to introduce it, because those are my favorites. Instagram is fantastic. You know, so much, and when you said that you were going to do that, I was like, it's great, because I know in the classroom, oh, I want my students to research. But what are they doing? How are they researching? Where are they putting the stuff? It often gets lost and you just wind up with that Google search. So Instagram is great. I do want to show you another one, which is called Diigo, D-I-I-G-O. So this is another tool for research and organization. It's similar to Instagram in the way that you can start creating and organizing content. It's not going to do the research for you, but as you're doing your research, you can start organizing all of your information. I find Diigo very handy as I'm going through and researching on the web with multiple things. So there's a Diigo account that you can create, and you just go to Diigo.com, which is I did this to David, you're rubbing off on me. I went to the mouse over here. So I went to Diigo.com, D-I-I-G-O, and I created my own account. Free to set up, and when you set it up, you can start creating like research folders for yourself. So a topic that you'd like to research, you can start creating libraries for yourself. What's nice is once you create your Diigo account, it adds, you add the little Diigo extension up into your web browser. We talked about that when we did Google, right? Add-ons and extension. So the web browser. So let's say I'm doing research on interactive learning and teaching styles. I can do a lot of things. I can take this web page and I can click on Diigo and I can annotate on it. I can mark it for reading later. I can take a screenshot of it. I can share this page with other people. So if I put read later, it's going to put it into my library on Diigo for me to come back and access it. Very nice feature. What's also nice is as you're searching things on the web, it automatically adds things to my mouse that I can go for. So I can take something and I can highlight it, and it's going to ask me, what would I like to do? Would I like to highlight this piece? I can do that. I can add a sticky note to a web page and take notes right on here on the web, and it's all going to save it into my Diigo library. So I can go back and I can click on all these things I've worked on, clicked on my libraries, all my research, and I have all my annotations there, all of my highlights, and it will actually source the material and make citations for me as well. So that's Diigo. So that's something else you can look at when we're looking to create that wiki space. So we have Instagram, Diigo, a really neat thing. I use Diigo a lot as I'm just going through on the web, gathering information and organizing. That way I'm not copying and saving links somewhere. It will do it automatically for me in my Diigo account. And then I have my libraries there. If I need to get the citations, I can do the citations right from Diigo. There's a citation generator and everything right there. So nice feature. So that's just something I would add on. So any questions? All right, so we're coming to an end, aren't we? We have one more week next week where we're meeting. You know, I really wish this was a semester-long course. I just feel like there's so much to get out there, and you know the way it folds out. It seems like we're covering a lot in a short amount of time. But I do have to say, as we've been progressing forward, I've been so pleased. The discussion boards have been fantastic, very insightful responses, very great feedback. I'm learning so much from each and every one of you, and I love that people are adding links and helping us out. So there's a lot of great conversation that's been happening there. So I hope you remember what's taking place there as we look at technology integration and put it into our learning. Once again, to recap, I want the purpose, or my purpose for this course, is for you to walk away with a practical understanding and practical uses of integrating technology in the curriculum to benefit your students for whatever needs they have. And I think by looking at technology integration through collaborative learning, through flipped learning, through interactive devices, writing up those learning experiences, gives you the perspective of how can I use technology to enhance what I'm teaching, instead of how do I just use technology to use technology. We're coming up with all these different things. So as you're thinking about creating your lessons, what can I do to meet the needs of my students and have a practical base of what you can go to. That is where the wiki comes in. Right? The wiki is for you to generate a digital portfolio of the resources that are available and why these resources are good to use for teaching and learning. So all the presentation I'm sharing to the Google folder. Right? So you have a list of applications and different things that you can use to start building your wiki. Okay, so that wiki is due on the 4th. So let's take a look at the assignment and some examples again and answer any questions about the wiki. Because let's see, basically we have one more discussion prompt, which is a good one. I know who did it already, someone did it already. But the Sir Ken Robinson one is awesome. So we have one more discussion prompt, you have one more learning experience, you have your digital learning space, and then we have the wiki. Right? So next week you can work on putting that all together as we're here, and we can make sure everything's set. Because everything has to be in by the 4th, correct? So I'm just going to, the earlier you want to turn things in or let me know at this point, start flooding me with emails, questions. I'm telling you my phone number, I'll give it to you again, but it's on the slip. Don't be afraid to text me or whatever. So I want to make sure you get what you need along the way. We have 2 more weeks left, and I know everyone wants to make sure everything is done to the best that it can be. So don't feel bad, that's why, and because it's such a short course, I have no problem. As soon as I get something and I'm able to respond, I will. So let's look at the wiki assignment and see what questions we have and look at examples. Did you guys create the Weebly's yet? And we shared them, right? We have that. So, like I said, the wiki should be viewed as an extended research and writing project. This is taking the place of a traditional paper. Though it's like a traditional paper, I want you to get used to writing to the web. So I want you to incorporate multimedia, hyperlink it to different articles or different resources. So if you're writing about Nearpod in your interactive thing, I want you to hyperlink to Nearpod as it goes there. Include images, include multimedia, definitely include anything that you created in your learning experiences, and you can put that onto the wiki as well. And you should be writing from basically, when we looked at this course, we looked at technology integration basically in these areas, all right, these 5 areas. I want you to put together a wiki that reflects the technology that is appropriate for these 5 areas. So you're going to look at the resources, you're going to evaluate the resources in order to gain a greater understanding of technology and how it should support teaching and learning. So one, you will learn there's twofold purpose. You will learn a very useful tool for instruction that you can use with your students. Creating a wiki and a place for them to go is a great thing for them. So when you have assignments for them that you'd like to work on long-term, if you'd like to individualize learning, if you'd like to create that independent learning environment for some students, you can learn how to put it all together in a wiki, which is really nice. We talk about students progressing at different levels. You can meet them where they're at and take them to where they go through providing maybe something like a wiki form where you have introductory lessons, extension lessons, places for them to go so they can look at independent learning. That's where like the flipped classroom comes in. You can have lessons for them to watch in order. They can go skip different things. It's really a great tool. But it's also a way for me to evaluate your work in this class. Do you understand do you have an understanding of how technology can be integrated into your classroom to improve the teaching and learning? Right? This is how I'm going to evaluate your work. So when we put it together, let's look at an example of a wiki. All right, so what I'm looking for is a little introduction, who you are, what your specific discipline is, what your content area is, so it frames what the wiki is going to be about. When you should be creating it, you should be creating it through the lens of your discipline. So so if you're a social studies teacher, put it through your lens, how you would use this from a social studies perspective. If you're an elementary teacher, general ed, how these applications relate to you specifically, not to anyone in general. All right, so make sure it's coming. So you tell me what your area is and what this is about. And then you will have pages on your wiki about the different areas. So if we look, we have our flipped classroom, and here's an overview that the student wrote what the flipped classroom is. Reflection, why I should flip my classroom. I'll tell you, when she wrote this up, a lot of it came from her reflection in her learning experience outline. Don't recreate the wheel. You wrote about positives of the flipped classroom. You wrote about negatives of the flipped classroom. You included citations in your flipped learning experience, right? So all the stuff for your wiki is pretty much done. I want to see you organize it in a digital space. So this is here, and we see the incorporation of images, incorporations of videos, and in this case, she put an example of her flipped lesson in here. And then some different tools that you can use. And then here were her peer-reviewed articles and citations. So these were things she actually had already used in her learning experience outlines. Okay? And these were references were obviously for the references for the photos and the links that she put in here. So that would be the flipped classroom. If we look at interactive tools and mobile devices, again, this is a write-up that the student used partly based on what she did in her learning experience outline, description of what interactive learning is and what interactive tools are, and from what she learned from the presentations in class. Okay, a lot of this, your classmates have done a lot of research for you. Okay, so you can go through their presentations, you can do your own research. You're going to write about that type of learning and the technology that goes into interactive tools in the classroom, some examples of applications that can be used for this, and then a link just to a video about it. And then she included just some information from the lesson plan that she did. incorporating it all together. And these were, again, her citations from her learning experience, and then references for the images that she put into the wiki. We'll look at another one here. Same sort of setup, a welcome page. If we look at tools for creative authoring, we haven't looked at. Again, a little write-up about creative authoring tools for the classroom, why it's important, tools. Everyone loves storyboard. And again, your references here. So references, and again, the links to the peer-reviewed articles that the person used over here.
So you don't mind to not have like a
I-
traditional citation?
It's not going to, no, I don't mind. I don't mind. I want you to take what you've done, and I want you to show me that you understand how the technology applies to learning in these different areas. Showing the theory behind it, the support that is out there for it, how you can use it through your discipline, and then why it's an effective tool. That makes sense? I'm hoping that you take what you've already done and show me the application of it. Please. Right. So I have these examples up there in your assignment research. Yeah.
So is it a different tab on usually?
You can organize it any way you want. I'm just going to tell you get 5 free pages on your weekly. All right. So you might want to think about how you word it. As long as it's clear and I can link there and there. If you want to just do like a home page with table of contents and link out to the different areas, that would be fine. If you need help constructing, building any parts of it, it should be pretty easy. So that is on the 4th, so that's 20 points. And that would make your course be done. So we have one more learning experience too, and then if you're next week, we would meet together and take whatever it takes to have a lab period and build your, if you need more time to build your wikis, if you need whatever it is, let's just do it and do it together. Make sure we get everything. Because what I envision out of your wiki is a digital portfolio when you can walk into a job interview and say, this is what I bring. This is what I've done. This is how I can apply technology. This is what I bring. Look at this. I think that will be a powerful tool for you. And that's my purpose of it. So instead of you having to write a paper about how do you, successful integration in technology for teaching and learning in these 5 areas, I could simply have you write a paper on that, but what good is that? If you can do it in a digital space, then you have something that's marketable for you to go out there, because you own this weekly, it's yours, you can start making something, this is what I have. So that is my purpose, and then you have a reference to it, where you can always go back and just add things to it as they come along. And hopefully, and from what I've seen, is everyone in their learning experience outline, when they're writing up, you've already written out the necessary information that needs to go into it. The presentations, I commend you all. They're absolutely fantastic. So thorough, so clear, exciting, because we could have gotten that at the end. We'll watch it. But it's fun. But I hopefully we've learned a lot. I just really want to make sure that the next 2 weeks you have every resource you need to finish up everything successfully. So that's where we're at. Yes.
So do we send this to you, or you?
You gave me the link. Did we put the link on a form?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. You can use WordPress.
I'm just looking at it.
You can use whatever you want. I go Weebly out there for you guys, it's easy. If you want to use WordPress, go. I used to use Wikispaces, but it's become unreliable because it's been going down a lot lately, so I changed, Weebly. But yeah, use whatever you want. That's fine. Yeah.
So, what are we actually submitting here? Right? Are we submitting like
The links to your Wiki.
okay, that's it.
Yep.
So we're not doing like a reflection.
No, it's,
Okay,
you're,
the link.
I've got you just the link to your wiki. Okay. All right, so that's what we got. I'll stay. You want to stay? Yeah, sure. You don't have to.
No, we actually, this is our first year. So we don't. Yeah, she see a test too. But it's
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
yeah, so just, yeah, we're going to just work next week. And I want to make sure everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you guys, I've been trying to give you feedback on your learning experience outlines. If you look at my feedback and you make the changes and email them back to me, please do. You're the ones that have tabs, okay? So, if you want to revisit it based on the comments and looking at the rubric once again, just send it to me in an email and I'll look it over. And, my goal is to make sure everything you walk out of here with a good sense of.
I know.
We're getting together and we'll go hang out.
Oh, yeah. We go in the pool hangout.
Thanks. So we'll have 4 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The next class that we're looking at?
Yeah, no, well, we're gonna have a work period, yeah. Just to,
I'll find a way to do that.
what's that?
I'll find the time somewhere.
I have a question actually.
Yeah.
So, with whatever we're writing maybe, we're basically just like expanding on that.
Yeah.
and on-
You're-
So what if you leave, like, I used to do video for my last project thing? Am I just gonna be talking about that?
You're gonna talk about other apps that can be used in that
Okay, so
arena as well.
all
So
of
go
it.
back and look in the shared folder at the tools presentations to look at the other apps that were included and then say why this app is good for flipping the classroom. Why this app is good for research and organization. Why this app is good for
How many do we need?
many as is appropriate for you. Some might be more than that.
And then for the old, do we need to have additional information, stuff like that?
What, the citation?
Yeah, I don't think I put any of those. I had no idea we were supposed to do that. I know, I'm like, oh, I thought we were signing like the standard.
No, no.
Sure.
No,
Was
it's,
there one slow down?
so go back,
I know.
I told you that, and I told you, so go back and revisit the, but what you have to look in peer-reviewed articles, citations, or coursework, that support that type of teaching. But not necessarily the app, though, it could be something supporting the app, but supporting that type of teaching. So, you know, if you look at interactive or collaborative learning, I mean, you can find so much support for that in peer-reviewed articles, but also looking at, you know, educational theory. If you look at Dewey, you look at any other instructor.
This just have things to cite. like-
Have things in sight that says, you know, this is why it's valuable. Because such and such article, or such and such theory states that collaborative learning is an important part because of these following reasons. And then say this app helps support collaborative learning. So, some peer-reviewed articles you can find specific to an app that you're using, classroom mostly. But go into that and look at your other coursework, all that educational theory, tie that stuff in. Because I want you thinking about technology integration from the point of view of enhancing good teaching and enhancing the learning environment. Because we have a diverse bunch of students, classrooms are becoming more and more inclusive. How are we going to meet the needs of every student where they're at and bring them to where they need? So that's what I'm looking for in the citation. So you look at you can search in the library databases, you can use Google Scholar and find things that support that type of teaching.
I can't focus in my classroom. I
Yeah.
could be at home, in my bed. Okay.
So then you say, hey, is this good? I'll say, yeah, it's great. Give the examples of the papers that I have there too.
At the start period, I had absolutely nothing for ninth and 10th grade. The school gave me nothing, and we had 2 years left of this textbook.
Which book?
It's a green book.
Connections.
Scroll through trees, something. It's a green and blue book. And I was looking for the US and they just switched it on me. So I hadn't even been back to my school.
I remember my first year teaching, I didn't get my class, I didn't know what I was teaching. 2 days.
Oh my gosh.
2 days I got my program, and I was teaching intro to law, US history, Regents, right, so for repeaters, together we had the January readings. So, intro to law, US Regents, and global.
Then 3 classes, they didn't tell you?
They didn't tell me, you know, like,
Tell me.
Why had the whole summer?
Intro to law, curriculum, no. Textbook, no. What do I do? Whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm a big great.
Yeah. I almost wish I said that to me. People can intro whatever you want.
I remember my first year sitting in the floor of my apartment in Concord, taking everything that I owned, rolling them up in the air in tears, going, I need more. This is ridiculous. Oh. I just had a complete breakdown. I was shaking. The other kid tells me to have law. Why am I doing this? So, and then I just like. But the good thing, and well, you're in the city, right?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, so, all right. I thought somebody said you- So I thought in the city, we were an annual student. So every semester we got new classes. So like there was not Global 1, Global 2, US, and there's Global 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, because we were not every semester. So I taught, like 3 years, I taught Global 1, Global 2, which is all Global 1. Economics, personal finance, entrepreneurship, intro to law, civil law, criminal law, US history.
With nothing, they gave you nothing for any of it?
It just now, and I just, but then I was just able to build. So then I was like, I got it all. It was just, I had everything. And I came up with law computers and I taught 8th grade. And I'm like, great. I taught 8th grade for 7 years.
Wait, were you social studies teacher? Junior high?
Yeah.
What year?
Well, I've been 4 years. So what is it, 2015 now? So I started in 2008.
Oh, okay. My sister is now in 9th grade at high school.
Okay, so I wasn't teaching social studies then. But, just doing technology integration. But then I taught 8th grade for 7 years. And I'm like, I can't teach Reconstruction in modern time. I can't do it. I mean, you change it up every year. I'm like, bored. I'm bored with, I'm not bored with teaching. I'm like, I want to teach global. I can say you hate global. I'm like, I used to say that too, but now I miss it.
Well, I haven't done it yet, that's the thing.
Oh,
I've never taught.
I taught, this was a
So that's why I haven't done anything. In my school, it's in the Stone Age, there's 2 types of teaching in my school. Either they read directly from the textbook.
Yeah.
Well, that's correct. Read directly from the textbook, use PowerPoint or worksheets. And the worksheet that they came up with is good for some of the veteran users. It's like 10 years worth of material. So it's really crafted well. The text is not really, they didn't know all that stuff. But they don't really share it. The kids come in, they read a packet.
Yeah.
They were assigned 10 questions for homework. The following day, she goes over, or he goes over the 10 questions they did for homework, and it's back to PowerPoint.
Yeah.
And then the packet.
And what do you really do? There's no application, there's no analysis, there's no ownership. And if you think about it, how is that really helping the students? Because if you're teaching, all right, you have the readers, you know, we're on calculating the elective now.
Those 5
But, but they have to, I mean, well, now they're not gonna have to. But, you know, global readings is just tremendous. That's the worst experience ever for any individual. But even even social studies in general, what do we need the students to be able to do? They need to be able to take any type of topic, whatever it is, any type of thing, and be able to associate with bigger. So I can know, all right, so, you know, yellow journalism, all right. I know yellow journalism goes with the age of computer. So if you can make those connections, just the reason it's vocabulary. So if you can take whatever the vocabulary is, put it to the bigger picture and have an understanding of the bigger picture, you'd be successful. So how is filling out a worksheet allowing you to make those connections then you're going from strict memorization, which is not good. You know, that's, you have to build those connections.
So it's hard to do.
It's hard to do.
Like, well, what, you know, I gotta get more material, do I have the time? That's.
But it's a, what are you, yeah, the trade-off is, how are you delivering and what are they doing with the material? Like, some days you do have to lecture, and nothing wrong. But other days you don't have to.
But that's curriculum, I think, is better.
One cool thing, but you can but you don't have to necessarily cut them out, but you can provide them in different ways. When I taught the Middle Ages, I taught my entire Middle Ages unit by putting Joan of Arc on trial. Because it brings in everything from, you know, the class structure, to this and that. Putting her on trial was great. So I had a prosecution team, and I had a defense team, and I had a judge team, like the Inquisition. And they had, so while they were learning about the Middle Ages, everything they were learning, they had to do it to either prosecute, defend, or judge. And so everything was put in that framework. So each group got slightly different material. This is a lot of work on my hand. I know what I use to teach children. I use picture books, children's books, whatever it was, read about Joan of Arc, read about you know, everything, and they gathered it, and the culminating project was putting Joan on the trial. And that's how I taught the Middle Ages. It was great. So.
You learned about like Lawrence, Circa.
Yeah, everything. We learned about the whole church. We learned about everything, because everything is part of her. You know, this is what class you came in, this is what you, and this is what you've been, you know, tried for. So you learn about the church, you learn about the class system, you learn about everything in order to learn a trial.
I helped the social studies teacher come up with a project where the students actually assume the identity of one of the different classes of Middle Ages, and at the end, the project is putting together a newspaper.
Right.
And that's how we did it.
But then, you know, when you do this stuff,
Technology.
right, but you don't always need it. You can create these collaborative all these experiences on technology. So then, if you have different points of view, you have different newspaper articles, you don't generally have to stand up there and teach the point of view of every different, you give the students the material, give them whatever background they need in general, and say, oh, you guys figure out how you have to put a newspaper together with all the different points of view, and then that share amongst the students. Then they have some type of application or organizer or questions that they have to do from reading the newspaper. And then, so then you can fit in more content if they're actually working with material on their own. And students should be doing the heavy, they should be doing more of the work than you. When you're standing up there and doing PowerPoint, you're doing too much of your work.
That's the other problem with my school. Kids are very entitled. They have all to do that. If there's 10 questions I was telling you about, just let you 50%.
And that's and I'll tell you, the worst to break into are the IT students. Because all they want to do is take notes and write.
That's what my kids did when I was doing teaching. I went from school where all they do is use primary sources and were like very hands-on, and went to high school. They're like, why are you making us do this? You just give us a PowerPoint and have us have like, no, but I can't, so I'm gonna stand up here and read it to you, and I'm theory. They're like, forget that.
Because, I mean, some students will, I mean, they can sit there and they can memorize it, and do what they do, but it's like that practical understanding. Not at all. So, yeah, social studies, history is getting longer. Yeah, when I have all the changes, my regions is.
Yeah, I haven't even really immersed myself. Like I said, up until a few weeks ago, I was.
Don't, here's my word, do not get caught in the river valleys. Do not. You don't need to teach every river valley independently of one another. Look at it, create some type of graphic organizer. Look, there was water. People move. They learned to farm. Called the Neolithic Revolution. Once they learned to farm, they built cities, they came government, blah, blah, blah. So what I would do is I went to this River Valley, at first I taught everything. Because that's what they did in my school, they taught the Mesopotamia. And then you went and you taught the Nile River Valley. And then you taught the Indus River Valley. And then you taught the Yellow River Valley. And after doing that for a year, I was like, this is ridiculous. I'm spending like a month and a half teaching the River Valley. So I'm like, that's it, made a chart, 8 features of civilization. Here are the 4 river valleys. Let's look at them geographically, where are they located, what do they all have in common. Here's the resources you need to fill out the claims. What is the writing? What is the art? The art and architecture, the government system, what religion. Boom, there's your chart for the River Valley. Because 2 weeks. I mean, you can go in and explore some of the cool stuff about Egypt and explore it, but don't get. Once I started, I'm not saying this work for you, but once I looked at them, and I said, I go instead of going.
But I think what they do is like, every feature does it different, but ultimately the goal is that at the end, they all have that chart.
Yeah.
The graphic organizer where they compare, they can see the differences, similarities between them all. That's the ultimate goal. For me, it's probably going to be good for me personally, knowing as much detail as I can, following the content.
Yeah.
And following you, I'll be able to revise.
No, that's.
And it seems it's always going to be a progression. Every different teaching position I held, that's how it was. Crazy detail the first year.
But
and you
I mean, I don't know if are you, like, now, you're in the new, coming in elementary social studies. There's new, things coming out of the state in teaching social studies in the elementary. There's a C3 model of inquiry.
I have the new, this was the new,
Framework.
Yeah, this is the new framework.
Yeah.
12. So I got 2 sections of 9, I got 3 sections of 10.
That, this is, I have so much.
Now we went from doing 2 evaluations in my school year to 6.
Yeah. But they have to follow, a model now coming to an elementary school called the C3 model of inquiry, where teachers have to provide almost like centers, where students have to be looking at primary sources, they have to be generating their own questions, they have to start doing stuff collaboratively in the time. Because social studies in elementary is really rough. A lot of work. If they even get to do that, so things are, I mean, everything that you expect for them in the secondary level is like, where's my worksheet, so now, as we come up, it's,
But I want to figure out how I'm actually going to structure my daily class. That's, I'm used to working at this level. Do a lot with little, I think, or a lot with a lot. Where I got to figure out ways to how that.
especially 9th grade. I always start off with a do now, 5-minute activity, something gets settled in, mix it up every day, whatever it could be. I would usually, on most days, do 10, 15-minute lesson, most. And then have some type of workshop. Period. Not just something for them to do with the content. That was it. An activity, and then some type of closure. So always tough to get the closure, but if you get it, it was good. And then when I started flipping it, yeah, and then, but if you get something focused right in the beginning,
So you would stick to that routine instead of doing like a day or 2 of lecture?
No, sometimes I would have to.
And then do
Sometimes I would,
activity for a full 40 minutes.
sometimes I would, sometimes I switch it up, but I always try to keep that in mind, like, there's something focused, sometimes, because even, sometimes my mini lesson was short, it would be just a lesson on the skills that I need and on my expectations for the group work, but then have something and for them to do, and I always say, have them write something. Have them write something every day.
My school had to have a minimum of 25 grades for market period.
Wow.
So that is what hurts my school with accidents. And 25 grades. So I'm also trying to figure out that pace. It's like, I gotta have a unit test, obviously, how many units am I gonna be able to get through for market period? So it's saying we can do 3 for market period.
You should
That's
start,
3 unit tests, you gotta try to do.
but you can start thinking, and so, but then with every unit that I taught, I would have some sort of performance assessment. So something for them to show their understanding besides, a written test or an essay. So what benefited me most is doing my planning on, understanding by design, it's more with UBD planning. So the idea is like backwards planning. So you start with what do you want, the end result. So you start with the understanding, and then you work backwards. So what I always do is like, here's what I need them to understand, and then not to understand, they're applied. So that I need them to understand, how are they going to show their understanding? So then I create a performance assessment there. And then I would go, all right, so now here's a performance assessment. What do I need for them to get? Yeah, and then I do, these are the essential questions they need to answer. This is what they need to answer to show their understanding.
Yeah, I started doing that.
So I'm working backwards here. So the big idea is this is where you understand that comes first. This is how we're going to show it. That comes second. What do they need to get there? That's the essential questions. And then I was like, well, what do they need to know? This is what they need. I outline that. What do they need to be able to do? So I look at content and I look at skills. And now they're all going to do. And then once I have that, then I would be like, all right, here's my lesson plan. And I write my lesson plan. Knowing what Canvas already online, which tremendously helped me with integrating technology. Because then I can say, I can take this out and I can provide it. I can take this out. All right, they need to know and do this, and I can combine them one into an activity, and they can accomplish it there. So it's a lot of getting used to once I started doing it that way. So my lesson that's how I learned how to do it.
Yeah, my undergraduate, what we did was I went to St. Rose, and we would have 608 units. And I haven't done that since I graduated.
Now,
Because it's just not.
it's not practical, but like this planning was like we planned. And then when I worked in New York City, I became a trainer for Waiting and Team by design. So I became very familiar with building curriculum. And once you get in that, you get, it takes minimum, because if you look, where's your framework? It's all done, because all the new framework, everything is done in the UPD model. So if you look here, understanding is right here. This is your looking them to get. These are, you go with, so this is your understanding, but here, yeah, and then you have what they need to know is here, and what they need to do right there. So it's all broken down for you, so you can look at it and start designing this one. So this is understanding, this is what we need to know, this is what they need to do. This stuff. No problem. All right, good luck, sorry I couldn't talk to you. Chatty. My wife's gonna kill me, so we get home in time for this week. Oh, wow.
See you next week.
See you next week. What's up?
Okay, so I want to use clickers, but I don't know how to show that.
What? How you use clickers?
Yeah, because normally you would like embed something and.
Assignment, clickers, you just write it up,
Yeah.
activity.
But I don't need like, don't you want to see the question?
I would like to see it, but Flickrs is new and I haven't thought about how to put Flickrs.
You don't have a Mac or something? Screenshot? You can screenshot it.
Oh, yeah, you can screenshot it.
But, yes, I would do that. Is there a way to see all of the questions without the answer?
You actually can, yeah, how are we going, so if you have a Flickr site, I guess you would not, so that's interesting. So how are we going to do that?
So far, I just have a bigger card.
Your card, I have not thought about Flickr responsibility. All right, so let's think about it. So you're going to be delivering a lesson. And is there any resources that go along that they need on their lesson? So just put that.
Yeah, those are already on there.
That's it.
Okay, then,
No,
okay, do you want me to like, put, I can just tape out the questions? So that they, like,
no, because it's in your learning experience outline.
Okay, those questions you want me to put in?
Well, oh, because that's, yeah, that's the thing. That's not, just screenshot it.
For the outline,
No, for the school to do.
even though I have the answer.
It's okay.
Okay, so it's just, because there's actually not students looking at it.
Right, there's not, it's just,
Yeah, can't you like,
I think, I'm
put it
trying-
into like a paint diamond and just kind of like
yeah, but
take it out?
too much effort to go through that. It's not worth it for what you're doing.
How about printing the page, whiting it out, and then scanning
It's not
it?
worth it. It's really not.
Oh, yeah.
I don't, because here's the thing, I have not thought about that. It's the first time I thought of it. Because no, you would just put, you have your Schoology site open?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So for the.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so good.
So here they go to Saki, then they read some things by Karishma, and then until everyone's done reading, they're just looking around, and then when everyone's done.
And then when everyone's done, we'll be doing, that's fine.
Okay,
No, that's fine.
do you want me to just screenshot them?
No, I'm doing work. If you want to, that's fine. It'll take a second to do. So we'll go back to the other. So then you have, so when they're doing stuff with tablet, that's interactive, that's fine.
I am still sort of working on it, but they have stories from,
Mhm.
like primary sources from people who were in the bombings, and they have this article about the pilot who got the bomb, Hiroshima, and then they're going to be tweeting as though they're one of these things. They could be an atomic bomb, they could be a child, adult, leader, fan, president, US.
Nice. Yeah, you do not need, I'm just saying you're using clickers is fine. You can, yeah, don't even, because you have such an interactive thing going on with everything else. Yeah, we don't need to, and just mentioning we're doing,
Okay.
that's perfectly fine. Absolutely. This is fun, I want to do this lesson.
Actually,
So wait, here, so if I,
I'm gonna actually do the pilot.
so are they creating like their own tweets or they're looking for them?
They are creating, so these are some examples that I just created.
Okay, so are they actually using Twitter or they're just,
They're actually using Twitter. And
Okay.
they're just writing from someone's perspective and then
that's
hashtag
great.
their perspective so that they're just looking all.
That's really cool. Now you could also, I'm saying you can go with Twitter here, but there are actually things you can do and embed like a Twitter feed. So a lot of times Twitter is blocked for students in school, like it's blocked. But you can get like a Twitter feed through it embedded on a web page, and then you can add to the hashtags right on the web page.
Yeah, I mean, that would.
I'm just saying, go with this right now, because you're right up as they're using Twitter, but, down the road, if you're like, I want to use Twitter, and there are options. It just took me a lot of time to figure that out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Also, I want you to get home to your wife, but if you have the chance, at some point, I did 2 of the weekly things.
Oh, let me look at them.
You don't have to look at
No,
them.
I'm here till 9. Or later. She'll be fine. We told each other.
That's what you think.
No, you can. No. I give her a hard time because she,
What does she do?
she's a principal. She's always at work.
Yeah, she puts some time also.
Where do we have the wiki links? Where did I put them?
I can just tell you my name.
Okay.
Coleman Smart Design. Got it.
It gets pretty easy to start putting in the content in Weebly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad.
You went to the Marshall Islands?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You went in Cambodia. Wow. That's amazing. What was it like? I mean,
Where?
what in the Marshall Islands?
It was very lovely.
I mean, you're just,
Very beautiful, but it was very lovely.
I bet. Wow. Cambodia must have been crazy.
Yeah.
Where were you in Cambodia?
Well, I actually did it with a Peace Corps, but
Mhm.
I left the Peace Corps early. For various reasons. But we were in Phnom Penh, and we were in a little district south of Phnom Penh where we did training, and then I was in a little village outside of Siem Reap.
Man. That's it.
I had a lot for flipping the classroom. There's a lot there.
Is it all rainbows and sunshines? Yes, there are many issues. Perfect.
The next one isn't as intense.
And there it is. Boom, 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 boom. I love it. That's it.
You didn't have like too many, I don't know if you wanted more like resources.
No, this is perfect because you're talking about instruction.
Yeah.
And why this instruction is necessary, why it's important, what supports it, and then what tools you can use to achieve that. That's exactly.
That's all I got.
All right. So cool. So you are teaching psychology now?
That was what I got, my undergrad in psychology major, which is social studies.
Yes.
That's what I was doing for a while. Came back and working at Anderson.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
So,
So you working?
actually, because it's like next time. Well, I think that I want to still work
Right.
productive.
I have no idea how I operated before Google.
I think the same thing.
I can't believe world.
What did you call for districts that utilize Google?
What's it? Google Apps for Education. It has completely.
It's awesome. I
It
just love the fact that it's so compatible. Like, you don't have to worry about being on a Mac and being on a.
It's completely over the past 2 years, it has completely transformed our district. So you guys know about 20%.